All right. Everybody, you all set, Bill?
Yeah.
Angel?
All set.
All right. Nick? All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Board of Selectmen's meeting for Tuesday, November 18th, 2014. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If we could all just take a moment of silence to reflect on our jobs as town officials, pray for the soldiers both overseas and in the United States, pray for their safety. And also, since we've had our last meeting, we've had some newly elected officials in state government and local government, and pray for their success in leading their various cities and towns in our state. Thank you. In accordance with Mass General laws, I have to announce that this meeting is being recorded by East Long Meadow Cable Access and also by the Selectmen's office, and I have to ask if anyone else in the audience is recording the meeting. Seeing no one, we can proceed. The first part of our meeting is a public forum, and our first person in the public forum is Mr. Jim Gendrizer. How are you, Jim?
I'm better
Yes.
now, thank you, Paul.
Just for one point, can we just have an agenda item added to the
Oh, an item added to the agenda?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Under council, town council, it'll be new business. It'll be a personnel matter. I'd be delighted if you'll entertain that.
All right, so moved.
And
Scarlett?
I'll second it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right.
Sorry.
How are you, Jim?
I'm better.
That's
Had a
good.
little issue a few months ago.
Well, good to hear you're better.
Thank you. Okay, two things right up front. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. And my van will be here at 6:20. However, Nick graciously informed me that I will be done long before that.
Yes.
Okay.
Or the natives will get restless.
You're right. I don't believe I can overemphasize my first point. We're running out of time, and here's why. You may have just said to yourself, well, the contract's not due up until June 30th of 2016, what's wrong with this school, etc.
If I may interrupt you right now, just for the people here, this is regarding the ambulance contract with the town, which we currently have with AMR, and in conjunction with the town of Hamden. So, I just want to clarify that.
That's fine, that's fine. Okay. This is a hypothetical. These dates are hypothetical, but you'll get the picture. As far as a private service, contracting with a private service, my recommendation would be that on March 1st, you put out the RFP, RFQ, due in by June 1st, and you announce your decision on October 1st. Again, those are obviously flexible. The RFQ should require a location, division, headquarters, office, whatever you want to call it, in town. I have expressed my dismay at mobile posting. If you were to do that, then the new company coming in, or any company coming in, would need to secure a location. Sometimes you get lucky, you find one in a month. It would need things like a 2-bay garage, a day room, a small kitchen, TV with cable, and the company might have to order additional vehicles, secure additional staffing, etc. Now, the other side to the coin is the fire department. As I've mentioned in the past, you should consider, I should say you should research putting on your own ambulance in the town. That's going to take a lot longer. Whether or not you decide to go with a private company or go with your own, it's going to take a lot of time. As an example, you have to purchase vehicles, you would have to purchase equipment. My suggestion would be that it's only a suggestion, that you operate 2 ambulances. one at the, what we call basic life support or BLS level, and one that we call advanced life support or the AS level, which you would commonly know as paramedic. I haven't had a chance to speak with Chief Morissette. I owe him that. That said, it's my understanding that any new firefighter coming in has to be an EMT. I don't know if that applies to existing firefighters. So you're looking at training, you're looking at certification, you're looking at licensure. That all takes time. Now, I've always been frank, I've always been honest. Because of the fact that you do not have a 24-hour scheduled fire department, it's going to make the situation that much more challenging. If you do have EMTs on your staff, I would assume that 1 or 2 or 3 of them might want to go in the ambulance. So then you would have to replace them as a firefighter.
Yeah.
So you train these people, you train additional people, whether they're just coming out of school or they're at another service, be it private or municipal. Now, I have no doubt that if you decide to go private and you put an ad in Facebook and the paper and the internet and all those nice things, you will get responses from paramedics in the area, be it from the private side, private companies, municipal services, because let's be realistic, to the best of my knowledge, working for a municipal fire department has advantages. And as far as I'm concerned, any man or woman has a right to better themselves. So you would be essentially starting from scratch. I feel to move forward, we need to move past this particular venue. What I mean by that is my general health is fair. So I will not make a permanent commitment because I may not be able to follow through. But if you would like my assistance in the future and I am physically capable of being here or the town hall or wherever, I'd be more than happy to. If on a particular instance I can't make it, there's only one reason. It's because I physically can't make it. So, to use a sports analogy, ball's in your court.
Okay. Obviously, we appreciate your research and your insight. I know you have a lot of knowledge in this because you were in the industry. One thing I can tell you is and I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself, but I know recently we have heard from, I believe, the police department that some of our AMR calls were being handled by Long Meadow because AMR wasn't available, which does concern us because you don't want to contract with a firm and not have them show up.
May I?
Yes.
I live at Village Green. I live close to the entrance, if you will. I have seen with my own eyes AMR, Alert, National, Long Meadow Fire, Wilbraham Fire at Village Green. I would assume that they're picking up people they could be dropping off. Frankly, I can't see Long Meadow going to Bay State Medical and bringing someone to Village Green. It's possible. So it does happen. In fact, I remember saying to myself, what the hell's going on here? You know, if you're going to make a commitment to someone, whether you have a location in town or not, then it's a commitment.
Right.
Now, I know for a fact that AMR does mobile posting, which looks good on paper as far as stat times, but there are problems with that, which, again, at a future point, I'd be happy to fill you in on.
Okay. So, to an end here, obviously the idea of bringing it in-house to like the fire department, it has been briefly discussed in the past. It is a process, as you said. I've heard it can be a profitable process for the fire department. You know, once it's put put in place properly and is running.
That's true, but don't expect it to happen overnight.
No, I realize that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like any effectively startup business where you have to, you get the outlay for the equipment,
Right.
vehicles and things, so to recoup your investment, I know takes time, but in the short term, I think, and once again, I don't want to speak for the board, I'll be happy to let them speak, but I think it's a good idea to at least look at, putting in our, instead of just going with what we've gone with, especially in light of the fact that it does concern me that they're not available to answer calls that we're relying on them to answer. So I think we would probably really consider having the discussion of putting it out to bid and seeing what we can get, and maybe setting some parameters and, working with that. And with your experience, we may be relying on you for bouncing questions off of in the future, if you don't mind.
No,
Okay.
you plan?
If I may.
Anyone else?
And also the wait time. Wait times for the ambulance also has been a concern. We've had a couple of complaints with regards to that, and we've looked into it, and it certainly has been a problem. The other thing that I wanted to ask you is, by any chance, do you have a ballpark figure of how much this would cost? And I know I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just
You mean for private or municipal?
for us to start it up.
Well, okay,
Just if you have a thought on it. That's
okay.
all.
Let's go with the two ambulance scenario.
Okay.
I know I will upset some firefighters, but in my opinion, you don't need a $150,000 rescue truck that happens to double as an ambulance. That's my opinion. You can buy what we call a van type or a type 3 ambulance, the last I knew, for about $75,000 naked. If you go the BLS route, you're looking at an additional $25,000, $30,000 in equipment. You take another $75,000 ambulance and you equip it to the paramedic level. You can easily add $50,000 to that for equipment. Now, again, the training. There are folks in the different colleges, et cetera, that do train paramedics. Would you want to offer a benefit to an existing EMT to go to school to become a paramedic and pay for his or her schooling? That's up to you, but it is something to be considered. The certificate, the licensure, that's usually just a few $100s. I hope you realize that if you do go the ambulance route for yourselves, it's got to be 24-hour.
Or you still have to recruit somebody else to do the fill in the blanks if you don't, yeah. All right. Thank you very much. We'll definitely take it under advisement.
Very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Our next appointment in the public forum is Mr. John Turner. How are you, sir? This is the, these are the non-handshaking desks because we can't reach that far.
Well, it's with all the things about germs and Ebola.
This is true.
Maybe this
Well,
is good.
I'm hoping I'm not carrying Ebola, but anyway.
I don't know how to spell it. This is for you. I just got it today. It's got nothing to do with
Oh, okay.
Okay?
All righty.
I'm here.
What can we do for you tonight?
Well, there's just a total lack of action. I've got this from September of 2013, and only one issue on there has been corrected, and that wasn't done until July of this year. And I do get letters from Mr. Hellion now. When I have to fill out the forms, I'm criticized sometimes because I don't have the right information. Well, I have to give more information than the law requires. I go to the town hall, I go to the voters list, I put the voter's name on. If the person who's at the address is a renter, it's the wrong name, okay? And so, if I'm going to have to find that information, I shouldn't be criticized for the wrong information when I went and did it.
Now, these are the same complaints that you were here last time about?
No, these are the ones I did a year ago, over a
Okay,
year ago. These
but
are almost...
you had filed like 47,
That's
7,
over,
8,
that's over,
well, over time.
over time.
But if I remember correctly, last time we met, there was another taxpayer in here, and he said it was public record that all those had been either found no change or there were some sort of fine or something listed
Okay.
towards the, you know, and then that was public record. So
Well,
I think, and I know Mr. Hellier's here,
that's fine, okay?
but I guess what the whole question is, if it's public record that these have been taken care of one way or the other,
They haven't been taken
well,
care of.
well, maybe taken care of isn't the right word. The people have been, I'm going to defer to Mr.
You
Hellier.
know, back in 2013, Mr. Turner has made numerous complaints, and I replied to all of his complaints. Whether he accepts that or not is not my problem, but the fact of the matter is, Mr. Turner has continually, in front of this board, defamed my character. And frankly, I don't think that's appropriate from an educated man. And the fact is that they all have been taken care of one way or the other. And back in 2013, Mr. Turner has the right, and it's on every complaint, to appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals, which he has never done. So after he doesn't do that, Mr. Turner has got to walk away from it. He's got to give it up.
Because if I've got this correct, once you rule one way or the other,
It's
if
30 days.
there's any argument, say from Mr. Turner about that response, it has to go to the Zoning Board of
Yeah,
Appeal.
absolutely. And he
Okay.
has 30 days to do it. He has yet to appeal one single one of them.
Okay, then I think what we should do, yes,
Am I allowed to speak?
yes you are.
Okay.
And you've been allowed, we've been very gracious over the
Okay.
last 15 times, too.
That's a violation I brought, and he said he fined the person. He said he fined the
Yeah.
person. When I went to the collector's office, he had not passed in a ticket. If he had fined that person, and that vehicle is still there every night and many days, that fine would have gone up from the first day to the second day, right through today, because that vehicle is still there. Now, do I appeal when I get answers like this? You are to immediately remove this violation from your property. Please contact me and let me know your plan to correct this violation. None of these violations have been corrected. None.
Well, once again, we're having a differing of
Now,
opinion here
no,
because...
no, these are my answers from it.
Right.
What does it mean, you are to immediately remove this violation from your property?
It means he's...
September 15th.
Okay, so he's asking the taxpayer to remove whatever's the offensive,
Nothing's been done.
but it's up to the taxpayer to do something. He can't go on, we've discussed this numerous times, he can't go on the property with a tow truck
He doesn't have
and take
to,
the
he does not
vehicle
have to
away.
go on it, but he has not fined anybody here.
And what address is that, Mr. Turner?
This is 3 Dearborn Street.
Mr. Turner, I have requested that, and I have acted on it. I have spoken to the gentleman, and he's removing all the signs. Now, this gentleman, like anyone else in this, have to make a living. And once he removes anything that appears to be a commercial vehicle, then there's nothing to do about it. And furthermore, Mr. Gorman and I have gone to court numerous times, and each time we've gotten thrown out of there because the magistrate said that you have nothing but a vigilante here. And that she's going to throw it out anyways. One individual attacks numerous places but ignores others is acting disrespectful to everyone else. And that's the problem that I have. I cannot, first of all, as you know, I cannot go on any person's property. Second of all, if I go out there and identify, I see a problem, I can't act on it until I get a complaint, because that becomes selective enforcement. And Ms. Richards here feels a little bit different about that, I believe. And,
Excuse me? Don't bring me into this, please.
you brought me into other things, Ms. Richards.
All right,
Okay,
let's stick to the topic, please.
Yeah. You just can't go out there and attack people, individuals, without attacking everyone. You seem to have a lot of time, Mr. Turner.
well, through the chair. I guess the question is, if the ticket was issued, where is the ticket that was issued? I guess.
There was no ticket issued on that.
Okay, it says that there was a violation.
Oh, on this one?
That one right there.
Just like I said, I spoke to the gentleman.
Okay,
He
and
was taking all his signs off. of
No,
the
this is
property.
a different one.
this is a
Which
different.
one's this?
This is 392 Porter Road.
What is it?
392 Porter.
What
And
is
it's,
it?
It's a base Columbia gas truck.
and you said that
That's an
there,
emergency service vehicle.
but you said you included a ticket with a fine of $100.
I did.
And I guess, okay. When Mr. Turner went to look to see where the ticket was, he was told that it wasn't there. So what's the process? When you write the ticket, where does it go?
You get a copy of
We get a copy of
it. You
it
sure do.
in our office. Okay, and so that would be Lorraine? Or
No,
who?
no, that goes directly to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
but who in the
So
office?
who in the office would have it?
I just dropped it off in the office. I'm not sure who had that.
Okay, so let's look into that.
Yep.
And find out exactly what that process is. Because Mr. Turner's looking for a trail.
Right.
And the trail, apparently, there seems to be a little bit of confusion here. So we'll follow up on that piece and try to find out where the trail leads, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
And I think we'll
Okay.
do that with all the complaints, just get a
Right.
list together of how their dispositions, and that way we can get that to you, and then we'll go from there.
And if you
Until
need me to
until
handle
he's
that,
got a
Chair, I will.
resolution, when am I supposed to go to the zoning board?
When he has a resolution. In other words, if he...
In other words, none of these have been-
There were a whole group of these, I believe, and I may be wrong, that he didn't find any problem with it, and those are the ones you have to go to the zoning board of appeals, because once he renders a determination, if you don't agree with that determination, you have to go to the zoning board of appeals.
All of these, he found a problem with, and none of them have been changed.
Well, once again, that's what we'll get the list together of what's been done, what tickets have been issued, and we'll get that to you.
We have zoning laws in this town
Yes, sir.
for residential and commercial property. This town, in the last 10 to 15 years, is looking shabbier and shabbier. You've got commercial things, we've changed zoning laws for small businesses. We've got all these places around town, and you drive down the street, and we've got the same zoning laws as next door. We've got very high taxes, but this doesn't look like East Long Meadow. It looks like Southeast Springfield.
No.
There's no. I've been listening to vigilante and stuff like that. These are zoning laws. These are part of our bylaws, which you as select people took an oath to support. You told me the first time I came to a meeting, Mr. Federici, that all I had to do was, and you agreed with me that, and it's on the tape, that the town is starting to look a little shabby with a lack of, planning as far as aesthetic value goes. And it's getting worse instead of better. And with our taxes as high as they are, I expect better. I don't expect to come into town and see 6 trades trucks sitting there. And to say that that's an emergency vehicle, that's not an emergency vehicle, that's a Boston gas truck.
Well-
It's a 5.5-ton truck.
It depends on what the person is, if they're...
Well,
if they're
get a
handling
letter
it.
from Boston Gas.
Well, once again, we're gonna address all these, get the information together, get it to you, and then we'll
Okay, now-
proceed. Because what I'd like to do is put these first 46 or 7 behind us.
I would too.
And then But
I can't
once
keep
again,
track of all the papers.
it seems like we're at this impasse where, as I said at the beginning, another taxpayer came in and said all these have been addressed one way or the other, and it's public record. So therefore, you're sitting here saying it isn't, so we have to get,
I've read
instead of sitting in front of us doing this, we'll get the information together and get it to you.
And then the HBT law. Mr. Gorman, you're working with Mr. Hellier on the HBT law, right?
Yep.
Okay, now, you know that the HPT law, you're allowed so many vehicles on your property,
Yep.
okay? And if you can't go on the property, there's only one other way to find out how many vehicles are there. And that would be to check the excise taxes. And if you've got excise taxes for 8 vehicles and there's only supposed to be 5 on the property, you can tell that quite rapidly.
But it sounds like,
Can I finish, please? Can I finish? Okay. Now, how many axles are allowed on these properties? How many axles are allowed on the vehicles?
One axle. Are you looking at, do you look it up?
No, there's 2 axles.
Do you look it up?
I've got a copy of the law.
You're the one complaining, you should know that.
That's a very
Because how
sarcastic
you
answer.
how are you going out looking at this when you don't know what you're looking at?
well, if I may,
Because the last case I went to court, you turned in a person with a 3/4 ton truck with a commercial plate on his truck. And we got thrown out of court.
When you go to court, we
Because
have a lawyer.
that person is
And that
allowed-
lawyer should be at court. You are not
The lawyer was
qualified.
at court. He wasn't?
No,
Jim wasn't?
he wasn't.
No, we have a lawyer.
We do.
Neither one of these individuals, if I was to go to court, I would have a lawyer with me. I have a
But the
very
judge is
good
going to make a
education.
determination on the case regardless of whether you have a lawyer there or not.
Exactly.
Well, he's going to make a decision on how your presentation is.
And to your point, because something fascinated me about it, if you said you can't tell if someone has 5 pieces of equipment or 8 pieces of equipment, obviously if you can't tell, then they've got them hidden enough so that they're obeying the laws that were set forward. So if you have to go on their property, or go on their property to see the various equipment that they have, then they're doing what they're supposed to be. Well, I know, but still, if you can't see whether there's 5 cars or 8 cars,
No,
they're
you
properly
know how many are
put
there
away.
by checking the records. Okay, and secondly, you have a solicited opinion from your lawyer who gave it to me. I've talked to some lawyers. It costs me a lot of money to bring a lawyer in here. I don't have those financial resources. I've talked to lawyers, and they agree with me. It's business property during business hours.
And ours agrees with us, so once again, we're at an
But
impasse.
then again, your lawyer should be at court. If they're in court, your lawyer should be there. And I asked
Some
Mr.
of
Gorman,
those records that show what trucks they got, some of those people are keeping them over at the, what do you call it there?
A
The
storage unit,
storage places over there.
Coyote.
So the records still show it at their house, Turner, but they're keeping them at the storage place. So those records are doing you no good at all. Because you don't know whether, if you can't see them, you don't know whether they're at the storage place or behind their fence.
okay, I'm going to go back to the first question that I asked you that you never answered, Mr. Gorman.
What did I answer you, Mr. Turner?
You did not answer me. You gave me a sarcastic comment, okay? There's no such thing
That's
as a one-axle
sarcastic to you, I'm telling
vehicle,
you what it is.
okay? If you have a special law, and you're only supposed to have vehicles that have two axles.
Front and the rear.
And if you have 3 axles, you're not in compliance with the law, correct?
You're exactly right.
Do you keep your 3-axle vehicle over here, or are you keeping it on
I
your
don't have a
property?
3-axle.
I guess I'll have to take a picture next time you're
I
driving
guess
it
you will,
around.
but I'll tell you one thing. If you're on my property, you better be there with authorization from me. Because you cannot go on people's property and snoop around like you're doing and
I
take their
haven't
pictures
gone
with
on
telescope
anyone's
speed.
property.
Well, we know different.
You don't know anything.
Well, that's your opinion.
I have not stepped foot on anyone's property.
Okay, to put this to bed for tonight, we will get the responses for all the complaints that you've had, one way or the other, and get them in a list, get them to you, and then we can proceed from there.
And if something is to a point, and I did miss a couple, where I disagreed with his opinion, and I didn't get it in within 30 days. But Is this finished? I mean, is now
Well,
the
that's what
fact?
we're gonna, that's what we're gonna get to.
I'd like to know,
Okay,
because
that's fine, we'll get
how
that
can you
answer to
say
you.
one thing
That's what we'll get that answer to you.
and then not have a reply that brings any resolution?
Well, then
There
once
is
again,
absolutely no resolution to this.
once again, we'll get those responses to you.
And I want you to prove to me I got 3-axle truck,
All right, that's a sidebar.
If you
Yes.
want me to help on
okay?
that.
Because you're accusing me of something. I want you to prove it to me.
I've seen you
All right,
driving it down the
let's-
street. It's got your name on the side of it. It's blue.
You better look at the truck, because you don't know what you're looking at. So apparently, all these people
Okay.
you're turning in, you don't know what you're looking at.
Let's put an end to this. We will get the responses to you, and then we'll proceed from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm running a little late. Our first appointment is Richard Turnberg. How are you, sir?
Good, how you doing?
Okay.
Oh, okay, we're gonna reach.
Willie,
How you doing?
how you
Mr.
doing?
Turnberg, nice to meet you.
Mind if my wife comes up and joins me here?
Absolutely. And your wife's name is?
And your wife's,
It's my wife Gail,
hi, Gail.
Thank you.
50 years.
Your arms are too short. I don't think we can shake your hand.
Okay,
Congratulations, by the way, the 50 years.
Yeah. I was told by Nick, I'm going to give you, Mr. Chairman, a copy of my talking points,
Okay.
and you can do with them whatever you want to. I made some modifications to them, but they are my talking points.
Okay.
Now, I understand you all have a copy of the East Long Meadow Police Department incident report.
Do you have a copy for all of us?
No, Nick told me to bring him a copy, and that's what I did.
This is basically what you're going to
I'm going to talk
discuss.
about
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I
And
understand-
usually, if you're bringing, I'll
Well,
say
I
this
was
for the
told
camera.
I was told to
I
bring one
understand.
copy to the chairman. He can do what he wants. Give them to you. He can.
I get that.
Whatever.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Do you all have a copy of the East Long Meadow Police Department incident report?
Yes.
I do.
Okay. First, I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here. The purpose is to address my rights as a property owner and to also the non-professional behavior and demeanor of Selectman William Gorman. First of all, I want to tell you that I'm very familiar with the zoning bylaws as relative to 10,000 square feet per lot per horse. That is not the issue here tonight. I also like to preface this by saying that I have known Billy Gorman for over 60 years. We were casual friends, never really close. Matter of fact, I can tell you, we never had an argument, never had a disagreement, never had any harsh words that I can think of. I don't, you know. And I want to give you a chronological thing here of the events that have occurred that led up to this police incident. And I was told I could have the proper time, which certainly is not going to hopefully take more than 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay.
I first sought the assistance from the town on about 18 July of 2014 concerning the overpowering odor and the general conditions originated from the 3 horses on my neighbors, the Biffingers' property. The feces and urine, and I'll call it excrement, from these 3 horses and the various insects that are attracted by such conditions have infringed upon my rights as a property owner to enjoy my property without nuisance. I went to the town hall on the 18th of July and I talked to Lori, I don't know her last name, and Mrs. Dawn Toon,
Yep.
requesting it be handled anonymously. I did not want to spoil otherwise friendly relations with my neighbors, the Biffingers. I was assured by Mrs. Toon that my confidentiality would be maintained. To quote her, she said, "We never reveal the name of the complainant." Mr. Gorman was to call me prior to coming over, so I could speak to him from my point of view, as I saw it, discuss with him my point. Unfortunately, due to the actions of Mr. Gorman, my confidentiality was not maintained, and my relations with my neighbors have been strained ever since. He never called me. Instead, he showed up in a big red dump truck, followed by an SUV. I was not at home to be able to express my concerns. Mrs. Biffinger, surprised at that point, as many people would be, took exception to the complaint, and I don't blame her at that point. This was the beginning of an unfortunate situation. This is exactly what I did not want to happen. Exactly what I did not want to happen. I asked Mr. Gorman to come over the next day to hear my point of view, which he did, along with Miss Toon, Miss Dawn Toon, and the dog officer. I don't know her name.
Tom O'Connor.
No,
No, it was a lady,
Melissa?
heavy-set lady.
Michelle.
Is
Melissa.
it Melissa?
Melissa, yeah.
The next day, the next following day, Mr. Biffinger, standing with his hands on his hips and waving and yelling at me, I could not hear what he was saying, so I went like this, I don't hear you. He came into my backyard, and he called me a rat, a sneak, among many other things, for going to the Board of Health. I asked him, did you come over here to talk to me, to intimidate me? And I also informed him that I did not have to go through him to tell him what I was doing. Anyways, we argued, and we both used a lot of salty language. The next day, next morning, this brought Mrs. Biffinger to the point that she ran up to me the next morning while I was getting my morning paper. She was crying and begging me not to sue them, saying that she was sorry and to not let her husband bother me, and she would keep him away from me. The horses were hers, not his. I assured her I had no intentions of suing anyone. I consoled her, and we actually hugged, and that was that. Mr. Gorman actually had to tell Mr. Biffinger to stay away from me, and only his wife could talk to me, which occasionally we did, and things appeared fine. Now, there were 2 letters sent to the Biffingers with conditions that were to be complied with, and I was fine with that. The letters were dated August 4th, August 6th, and August 18th. This whole unpleasant situation. Now, I'm telling you these things because, according to my incident on the police report, they wanted it the policeman told me just to give it as I saw it at that time, which was the 5th of November. So what I'm saying, the two letters, the whole unpleasant situation lasted approximately 2 weeks, which took time for letters to be sent out. And I believe I called Mr. Gorman once during that time, and we had a chance meeting at the town hall, which we talked for over an hour. We talked on several issues, this issue plus other things, and it was very cordial. Matter of fact, we ended up shaking hands and leaving. I received that August 18th letter, 2014, that all matters were taken care of, and they now had only 2 horses to lessen the amount of manure. However, 2 or 3 weeks later, the 3rd horse was back, along with their chickens and ducks, and their dogs and cat. I don't know if they have a cat or not. I think they do. On what I would say is a very small lot, 31,967 square feet, basically less than 3/4 of an acre. They had deceived Mr. Gorman, I believe, by telling him there was only 2 horses there. And this is a never-ending problem. I mean, the horses are there, you feed them every day, they do their business, and you got to pick it up and you got to clean it up. The next day they do the same thing. It's like all our lives. It's never-ending. It continues to go as long as we're there. So the problem really didn't go away. It just keeps going. And, about the time of the 18th of August letter, Mr. Gorman said to me, if you have any other problems, Dick, call me or contact me at the town hall. I thanked him, we shook hands again, and that was it. Now, I want to make this clear because on there he said to me, on the police report, on the police incident, he said that he wasn't elected to be my personal selectman. From 18 August throughout the entire month of September and October, I did not see or talk to Mr. Gorman or anyone else about this matter. I did have a scheduled meeting with the planning board on August 26, 2014. This was on the zoning inadequacy, and I talked about that with him. The inadequacy of the zoning law is inadequate. It's ridiculous. It needs to be changed. I tried to get it changed. The planning board would not sponsor it for me. I was told I needed 100 signatures for to get it on a special town meeting, 10 signatures for a regular town meeting. I went out about trying to get signatures. I got several here, several signatures here. I got my talking papers all written up. I was ready to go to town meeting and present this to the town board, to the folks of East Long Meadow. I later found out that Mr. Gorman could have sponsored us through the Board of Selectmen. I also found out that since the town meeting was already, special town meeting was already scheduled, there were several items already on the warrant that I could have had this put on there if someone was, I guess, I don't know how, probably with the planning board or the board of selectmen, or maybe just with the 10 signatures. But anyways, it didn't happen. I never did go to the town meeting. As time went by, these conditions continued to slip back, where 2 or 3 days would go by where the daily fresh feces was not picked up and brought to the manure pile, lime was not put on, and a tarp was not applied over various times. In reality, the smell of horse feces and the smell of the manure pile and the smell from the excrement saturated ground and the millions of insects never really did go away. Now, the item that bothers me the most, and which prompted me to go to the police department, was Mr. Gorman telling me that there was restraining order served on me for spooking the horses. Now, those horses have been there, I guess, 5, 6 years at least. They are my backyard friends, if you want to, it's not the horses' fault. If I were to walk over near that fence right now, I guarantee anybody, those horses would walk right up to me, because I would go over there occasionally, at the permission of Mrs. Biffinger, to give them apples or carrots, which they like. Now, I just want to say another thing, is this. Throughout my youth, my father always had large work horses. My brother Johnny had a beautiful black stallion horse. I myself had, when I'm from the age of 8 to 15, had a bay horse named Pepper. Currently, I have 2 little small pugs that I would not sell for $1 million. When I see animal cruelty ads on TV, that have the ASPC or adoption ads, I have to turn the channel because I choke up a little bit, and I don't want to do that. I love animals, in other words. And Mr. Gorman told me that Mrs. Biffinger told him that Mrs. Biffinger's mother told her that I was in the backyard spooking the horses. If she said that, and I doubt it, I wish I could look her in the face and tell her she was not being truthful. Now, from this point on, I have a closing remark I'd like to make, but from this point on, I'm open to anything that was on that police incident report that you want to discuss, or any questions you want to ask me, and then I want to have a closing statement if you allow me.
I guess my first question, because now how long have you folks lived next to each other?
I've lived in that house for 44 years. I think they've lived there approximately 7 years.
So that's as long as they've had the horses, because you said 6 or 7. I'm just trying to get a timeline
I'm just saying,
here.
I think they've lived there approximately 7 years.
Okay.
And I think they've had the horses for good most of that time. I'm not sure. I think they had 1 horse, which was an all right. Then they went to 2 horses. Then they went to 3 horses. They put a corral down there. Believe me, my wife is here, and I don't want to speak for you. Just tell them what you think about the smell of the horses.
I love the horses. I love people. They're wonderful people. It's ruined my whole atmosphere in the yards. I mean, we can't have picnics. The kids complain. My in-laws complain.
My brother and sister,
You
next door.
can't sit out there and have a picnic. You can't sit out there and have a conversation, let's put it that way. The bugs, his legs this summer and last summer and the summer before he looked like he had a disease because of the little flies that...
I've been to a doctor, my Dr. Freeman, I've been to a dermatologist.
I wanted them to wear pants all summer.
I have to put a special Band-Aid that I get from Footage Supply, so I put this cream on me. I'm self-medicated myself as far as the bugs on my leg. I can tell you every kind of bug that's out there. I've done studies at all the major university agriculture departments to find out all about this stuff. So I am being grieved, and this is where I'm at now.
And this, just once again, for my own personal benefit, with 1 horse, it wasn't bad, but as they got 2 or 3,
they had a
that's when
beautiful
it...
horse at there.
Okay.
Now the thing, just let you know this. According to the zoning bylaws, as it states, it says you can have one horse for 10,000 square feet per horse, period. That means a lot. It says a lot of 10,000. That includes the house, the pool, the garage, the garden, the chicken coop, everything else, which doesn't make sense because horses, we don't allow our horses in our house, in our garage, or our pool, or our garden. So this is what I was attempted to change at this special town meeting, to add only 2 words called open space. 10,000 square feet of open space, which still actually, I should have said 15 or 20,000 square feet of open space, because it's a very small yard. And I would invite anybody to come over there and take a look at it. As a matter of fact, everybody's invited to come over now. I will show them from my perspective. Now, don't get me wrong. Since this incident happened, they have worked very feverishly pick up that place to clean it up. They've done a lot of work over there. They removed an old dilapidated tent that was in there. They started to pick up a lot of things, leaves and such as like that. And but every day it's a thing, you know. And something. The last incident, as you saw in the police report, I was standing with my brother. My brother says, "Boy, that horse feces smells real good, real strong today." All right.
Yeah, some days.
So I walked over to the fence, and there was approximately, and I don't want to say I count horse poop, but I mean, there was about 50 fresh, or I would say, well, they hadn't picked it up.
We get the picture.
You get the
Yes.
report. So I went down and called Mr. Gorman to have him come over to see for himself what happened. And as you know, the rest, it's on the police report. He didn't come over. Somebody called her because she was working feverishly out there. Now I want to let another thing. She works for the veterinarian down here, Dr. Martin, in the office. She's a clerk. I guess she, schedules appointment. The dog officer goes in there quite frequently in the performance of her regular duties. So they got to know each other.
Okay.
Just like if you and I were buddies, and I thought somebody was coming over to inspect you, I would be a good friend and I would call you and say, just guess what? Your neighbor's complaining again, clean up the horse poop. Any other questions?
I know there's someone, I'm not sure who it is, but
I'm
there's...
the neighbor. Jared Biffinger, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I didn't, this was complaints about Selectman Gorman. I didn't know this was a hearing about the issue we're having with our nosy neighbor.
If you could
The
please
problem
be
is,
civil.
We moved into this town because of the horse lots. It was 10,000 square feet per horse. We are gonna get down to 2 horses, but the horse that did leave, it didn't work out where she went. It's a riding place for young kids. So the horse unfortunately had to come back. What are we to do? Leave the horse, I mean, they didn't want her. So we had to take her back. So now one of the horses is gonna leave once a friend of my wife's has her place up and running. We're gonna get the 2 horses. As the smell and all the rest of the stuff, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know where he's coming from.
Well,
Ask my wife.
How many times have you been inspected, Bill?
Probably, I've been up there 3 times when it first started, when I first had it. So we could get permission to go on your property, and he gave us permission to go on his property.
Yeah.
So once we got the permission, there were 3 of us up there. So now I don't need to make an appointment. So I had the dog officer or the horse inspector for the barns. I had the health inspectors, 3 different health inspectors, because I've been through 5 of them now. So I've had 3 different health inspectors go up. We've been up 3 at a time ourselves. We've been up 2 at a time, unannounced. We have not one time found any smell, flies, or anything. And I have the animal control officer right back here. Could you come up here, Tom? He was, before this incident happened, he was up there 2 weeks before that, inspecting them. That's his job.
Well, let me ask you.
And he doesn't have to make an appointment. He just goes up. Do you want to take a seat, Tom?
Do these people work for you, Billy?
No, I like to have you tell them, Tom, what you
Well,
find every time you go up there.
they work for the town.
Yeah, we don't find any violations. There are no animal violations on the property, so there's nothing we can do.
Do you see any horse feces there?
Of course.
Okay. You don't smell anything?
Smell?
Have you
Not
never
out of
seen
the
those?
ordinary.
I will tell you
Nothing you were
this.
expecting, from.
Not out of the ordinary.
No,
Now, do you
so
work for
far.
Billy, is Billy Gorman your boss?
He is my boss.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, technically, you are.
Okay, well,
Because he works
Billy
for the
Gorman, I met the man once before. I would just say this, the last time I could talk on and on, I don't want to, the last time they took the feces out, they come through my yard to take it out 3 times. When they lift that pile, you could see that, you could almost reach in there with a handful, and grab a handful of those bugs flying around. So for you to sit there and tell me that the horse feces, it would be a suspension of reality to think that horse feces does not smell, and that fresh feces of horses does not smell profoundly.
Well,
It would also be a suspension of reality to think that horse feces does not attract flies, horse flies, house flies, gnats, fleas, mosquitoes,
And one thing to be
stable flies,
followed-
which bit the
A
hell out
horse
of me.
is going to smell like a horse. You're not going to smell like a horse, but a horse is going to smell like a horse,
No kidding,
okay?
Bill.
So you can't do nothing about it, okay? But I'm telling you, and
It's a health
you're not going to sit there telling me, when we three of us went up there at a time, and we all saw
Listen,
something,
Billy.
and we didn't find nothing. But what you want me to do in this police report,
We'll
which
get to that after.
I'm going to, no, wait a minute, Paul, I want to defend myself here. This police report that you put all this swearing and all this stuff on, I'm going to tell you where it happened, Dick. On my cell phone in my pocket right there, at the selectman's office with 2 secretaries sitting on either side of me.
Yes.
So all this stuff you put on here, I hate to blow your bubble, Dick, but they heard the whole conversation, okay?
Why?
Why? Because I was in this town office to try to set up a meeting with someone else
You're a
that day.
professional.
All right?
I don't know where you were.
I was in the town office.
I don't know
And
where
Dick,
you were, and this is what you said.
Dick,
Why would I put that on and go to the police
all right,
station?
all right.
I'll tell you what I can do.
Wait a minute.
I can have Angela, Paul, and the town attorney go question the people, and I can prove to you where I was, because
You're
I am
gonna
not
sit there-
going to let you stand by and put all this stuff on here when you know it was an outright lie, because my
That's what you
daughter is
called
having
me.
a problem with the Turnberg,
Okay.
and you're using
And you
it
brought that up
against me.
several times, and it has
That's
nothing to
right.
do with it.
All right.
Nothing
That's
to do with it.
Oh, yes, it does.
Nothing to do with it. And don't start
Oh,
that, because
yes,
I
I'm
can say
telling
Calm
you.
down,
That's
please.
the whole
I'm going to start.
That's the
That's
whole
what the
problem.
problem is.
First time I've
He's
ever
not
had to
the
use the gavel. Could we
Yeah.
calm down, please?
I
Okay, so
know.
we've got 2 things going here. The yard itself, with the smell, it sounds like, because one of the horses is leaving, hopefully soon, that will alleviate some of the problems.
Some of the problems.
So, hopefully, and as obviously winter's coming and things, so hopefully, if you can work out, if your neighbor can keep the area clean, and you can, hopefully both be good neighbors and work towards everyone's happiness, if you will.
Can I just note, my wife and I both work, so we're not at home all day, walking up and down the yard, looking at all the traffic.
I'm not asking
Right.
for that. I'm not asking
Right,
for
but
that.
you're-
That's ridiculous.
But they're also your horses, so in theory, you're responsible for them one way or the other. But in any event, so
Wait a minute.
so
Listen, I'm not going to let him sit there and call me a
Well,
liar.
this is what we're
He
gonna
did
do.
that- He did that before on this report. He's the one who swore at me, not me.
Right.
If you
Well,
notice, I never use the word.
Let me tell you something, Dick.
Whoa.
I can prove
Go ahead and
that
prove
none
it.
of this
that's
happened.
what we're
Whatever, because I'm going to make sure they bring back to the next
You're
meeting,
gonna sit
and
there-
they're going to investigate
Billy, you
it.
look at my eyes.
They're going to, I want them investigating it, Dick.
You telling me you
Gentlemen.
never used that word?
That's it.
all right.
You tell me you never used that word in my conversation?
Yes, have you ever used it?
Of course I have, many a times. Have you? I'm
Okay.
talking
Yes.
about this conversation.
One time, Dick.
That's-
Bull.
One time, and I hung up on you.
You're lying, Billy.
Because you tried to intimidate.
All right,
you
here's what
tried-
we're gonna
you
do.
tried to
Okay.
intimidate.
Can I make my
This is
closing statement
this
and I'll go home?
is this arguing is serving no
It's-
purpose.
It's not
I
being
want to make my
productive at
closing
all.
statement, then I'll go home.
I want
Well-
to say one thing. It's one thing if you have, our neighbor across the street has horses way up there. These horses are right next to my property. This is why I smell it. They're right on my, I mean, my bedroom window is here. The fence is here. Now, I'm telling you, that is why I smell it. If they had a pasture, like the people across the street, where the pasture is up there, I would not smell it.
Right.
However, it's right here. If I wanted to put my grill here, this is where the grill would be,
Right.
and the horse fence is right exactly on my property line.
Right.
So there's the issue right there.
Yeah, and I don't know
And
what-
it does smell.
And I
I'm
don't-
sorry, it
yeah.
does smell.
I don't know the composition of their yard, so I don't know.
Right.
why don't you come
My
see it? I'll invite you up
clothesline is-
there.
Well,
My
it
clothesline
seems like
is
everybody
right
else has
there.
gone up and
The
seen it.
clothes-
No, they haven't. I haven't seen Mr. Gorman once. Well, he's probably gone. I've never seen him there, but I'm
Dick,
not
you
taking
seen me
it.
So,
one
in any
time up
event-
there?
I've seen you twice.
In any
Once.
event, if you
I didn't
if you
see
would
you
like
the day
to,
the first day you came, right?
And
I didn't see you the first day you came. Don't be shaking your head.
Dick,
like
I'm going to
someone
tell you
said
to your
whoa.
face, you're a liar.
all right.
And so are you.
Right at the-
You're a liar.
You are a liar.
Stop it, please.
May I say one thing? Our son is handicapped. He's home all the time. He never leaves the place. He sees he goes out with the dog, so he knows, he sees this,
Okay.
so.
But in any
Can I
event,
make
we've got,
on the other
once
people's
again,
property
all
to
right.
look at things?
Can I make my
Once
closing
again-
He
statement?
sits out
Once again,
there
we've
and
got
he
two
looks
issues
a
here.
lot.
Hopefully, the horse situation will be self-correcting over time. Hopefully, a short period of time, if you get the hint.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's implying we're doing something wrong. We're not-
No, you're not, but if it does smell and there is stuff, it's consider it as a neighbor to try to correct
see
it. I
my
mean,
legs?
it's like any issue between neighbors. You know
But
what I mean?
Paul,
So-
we can't make up a claim against this person
Well,
when we go
true.
up there and find nothing.
True. But
And
I'm
we've had 8 different people go up there and
But
found nothing.
I'm just trying to broker an
Can
agreement
I
between
ask
them
you a question?
to make everybody.
Why would I go through this trouble?
Right.
I didn't
True.
grieve anybody.
True.
I'm sitting there for 44 years, minding my own business, keeping my yard nice and clean. These people moving for 3 years. Now, that's fine. They're entitled to do that. Why would I come here and tell you this? Why would I go to the
Well, I
police
think you're-
department and make up an incident report and say the things I did? I can actually count the number of obscenities he said, but he said enough of them.
But that's the issue you're here with. So we sort of
Now,
got
I
off
need-
the tangent with the.
Okay.
I mean, I realize we discussed the horses, but the main issue is your complaint.
Against Mr.
and-
Gorman, I want to make my closing statement, then we
Okay,
can finish.
and then what we're going to do is we're going to, obviously, Selectman
I don't care
Gorman-
what you do. I want to be. I
Okay.
want, as I said in
Because
every
we're-
incident report, he would not listen to me when he told you. You see what he told me. All right,
Okay.
that's the quote. I quoted everything he said. Now I want to make my closing statement. Mr. Gorman is not impartial in this issue. That's how I feel. Mr. Gorman is overwhelmed, way over his head, in his ability to be professional and patient. He is arrogant, belligerent, a bully. He's been a bully all his life. He's extremely naive. I'm going to go on.
Yeah, no, but we're not here to
This is
cast
your
aspersions on
opinion,
someone.
I'm saying
Yes.
This is your opinion.
Yes, I've known you for 60
We
years.
don't care about your opinion.
Well,
We care about the fact of
I'm
what's
talking
happening
about
at
this
this man's
report.
house.
I'm talking about this
okay?
report now.
This guy's doing everything legal at his house.
But the whole idea is.
Boy, are you gullible. That's what I'm just saying. You are so naive, it's unreal.
But the whole idea is to express your concern without calling someone names.
That's right.
Okay, all right, I'll stop doing that. I'll just say
He's the one
this.
that called names.
Well,
He's the one
but
who-
still, we're, you
Well,
know,
I think, Mr. Okay, I'll just finish up.
If
Let me finish up.
If that's the case, then somebody's going to take the higher.
When he
road.
started
That's as
calling me
simple
a
as
liar, I was talking to him, and he's the one who started the nasty language here. You saw that. I didn't start it.
Okay.
Record it.
This is just why his neighbor can't get along with him.
Okay,
I'm
well, all right,
getting
let's-
along with him until you
all right,
showed up
hold
and
on.
ruined it.
Let's
Right.
give your statement. We'll take
Okay.
it under advisement.
I'm just saying that Mr. Gorman is not professional and patient. He becomes self-delusional. And I mean, he basically deceives himself into believing what he wants to believe. He sees what he wants to see. He creates his own reality. He performs a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right? And I will tell you, Mr. Gorman, you have been lied to, you have been misled, you've been deceived, you've been hoodwinked and bamboozled, and you're too stubborn to realize it, and I tried to help you.
Once again, your name calling and please wrap this up.
Okay, you're completely unprofessional in the manner in which you conduct yourself. You bring discredit and shame upon your position as selectman in the town of East Long Meadow. That's my feelings, that's my point of view, Billy. You can say anything you want to say. You've done
there's
all
no-
you
Before
like.
you put a sign in your front yard for me.
Okay.
No problem.
No,
right.
please.
You called
Please,
me up,
that's
you
enough.
called me up and you
Please,
asked me.
please,
All right.
sir,
Prior to this,
sir,
that was fine.
Sir,
I'd like the
please,
final statement.
please.
Well, but we
Billy,
can, we're
that was
just,
fine. This all
I
came
hate
after
to
that.
say this, but we're beating a dead horse here.
That-
So could we please?
But I'd just like to say, Paul, it isn't my opinion up at his house, because I don't go up there.
Well, I know, I realize.
I send the health
So
agents,
what-
and I send the animal control officer, and they
Well,
bring
they're the
they
professionals.
bring their
They're the-
report back to
Paul,
me.
I lived there 24/7.
Yeah. All right.
Now, I think I said it, you have to suspend some reality if you don't think there's a problem.
Well, once again, we have
And
to
like,
go.
I just want to point this last thing on them. Again, Billy was in the service, so was I. When they tell you you're going to have an open ranks inspection or they know you're coming, people are going to be ready for you. Now, I don't know about the no-notice inspection and everything like that. I'm not saying they never clean it up. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that sometimes his instructions to them was to pick up the fresh horses every day. In other words, that's something you have to do. Days slip by where they don't do it. And the last time, it was like, I have to say, it was probably 4 or 5 days. I don't know if they were on vacation or what happened.
That's true. I saw
And that's the
that.
last time when I called, the last time I called you, it was pretty nasty, Billy. There was a lot of feces there, and there was a
Okay.
lot of snow. I didn't make that up. I didn't bother you for 2.5 months.
Well, hopefully, once again, and I'm pleading on the good neighbor policy for everyone to get along and everybody to keep things clean. And like I said, once you get rid of one of the horses, then hopefully that'll alleviate the problem. And then in the future, we won't have any concerns with that.
Can I have one question? If I have a health concern in the future, who do I go to? I don't think I can deal with Billy Gorman anymore because what he just did to me and what he's...
Feel free to call me and I'll work in conjunction
You don't have to deal with
the
me
help.
there. Call someone else. I'd be
Okay.
glad to give them to you.
I will.
Okay. All
I'd
right.
be glad to.
All right.
But we all serve as the Board of Health,
Yes.
so you can contact any
You
one
can
of us.
contact
Now,
any
what
of
about
us.
this report incident I gave to the police? I will swear, I'll take an oath of, I'll
Well,
swear to that.
that's
I will swear to that.
something that,
I haven't ended this yet, you know.
I want
Well,
this
that's-
investigated.
well, that's, yeah, we're gonna,
I want to investigate. I am. I'm going to.
Because we're.
Welcome to it.
I'm going to, because I got two
Well,
witnesses
all
that
right,
heard
all
me.
right.
Well, I got some
Oh,
witnesses too,
yeah.
Billy.
No, you
okay, well,
didn't.
we'll take
Yeah, I do.
we'll take a look at
I
this.
can't
We'll
use the court of law, but I got a
Yeah.
witness.
We'll
Yeah.
contact the police, and then we'll go from there with the report.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I apologize that things got out of hand here. I truly am. It's not my intent,
Thank you.
okay?
It's nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Unbelievable.
Okay. We're running a few minutes late,
Yeah.
but now it's time for the tax classification hearing, and if I could have the clerk read the hearing notice into record.
Notice is hereby given in accordance with General Law, Chapter 38, Section 18 through 25, that East Long Meadow Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, November 18th, 2014, at 6 p.m. in the Council of Aging Media Room, 328 North Main Street, East Long Meadow, Mass. 01028. The purpose of this hearing will be on the issue of determining the percentage of tax levy to be borne on each class or of real and personal property for fiscal year 2015. All interested East Long Meadow taxpayers are welcome to attend this hearing to present oral or written comments on this matter. In the event a taxpayer is unable to attend the hearing, written comments may be submitted in advance to the Board of Selectmen, 60 Center Square, East Long Meadow, Massachusetts, 01028. Signed, Paul L. Federici, Chairman, William R. Gorman, Angela Thorpe, Board of Selectmen.
Thank you.
I don't have any notice of anybody submitting any written.
Nope.
Okay.
All right. I know we have some esteemed members of the Board of Assessors here, if you would like to come forward. And there'll be no swearing.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Okay.
We are here, as we are every year, about the
Yes.
same time, to discuss the tax rate for the town and whether we should have a flat tax rate or a factor of one or a split tax rate.
Correct.
And with that, I will let you proceed from there, because I know you have some sort of presentation?
Well, we'll give you some information.
Okay.
We had made this presentation available to you. I hope you all had a chance to look at it. Basically, our values this year have total taxable value has only changed by 1.1%. This is after a full revaluation. And our total taxable value is $688,796. We did have new growth this year that extended our levy limit. The new growth is really a one-time occurrence. I know that the Appropriations Committee based the new growth in their projection at about $400,000, and that was in concurrence with what we told them. However, we did garner $764,445 in new growth. Our levy limit, because of the new growth this year and because of debt exclusions that we have, is $37,829,909, which can be raised by taxation. However, because of the new growth and because it was not appropriated at any meetings, we feel that the actual levy will be closer to $37,393,000, which will leave us some excess capacity of around $437,000. We have projected using a single rate, which we have worked with the town accountant, and I have to applaud your choice on town accountant. She is doing a marvelous job and has come up to speed very quickly. She is impressive.
It's good to hear.
That is good to hear.
Yeah, she has done very well. Her comprehension and her willingness to learn and her ability to follow up it has impressed me a great deal. The town itself, our residential value comprises 82% of the total taxable value. The commercial, industrial, and personal property comprise only 18% of the total taxable value. I think I had mentioned to you at a previous meeting that when the commercial, industrial, and personal property value gets to be in the neighborhood of 25%, then it might be feasible to consider a single tax rate. However, this year we're at 82%. We've had phenomenal growth in this town in the past 24 years as far as residential growth. I know back in the 1990s I championed having a split tax rate, and we did have one for 1 year. The numbers were there. They are no longer there. So that said, we propose that the tax rate, if you went with a single tax rate, would be $20.72, which is an increase of only 25 cents upon last year's tax rate. The previous year, we'd had an increase of $1.85 on the tax rate. So between the budgeting done by the Appropriations Committee and the revising of some numbers, I think that East Long Meadow is in a very good position to have only a 25% increase on the tax rate if it goes with a single rate. And that decision is entirely up to your board. But as I have tried to strongly mention, the percentages of the levy and the percentages of valuation seem to lean more towards a single tax rate than they would to a split tax rate. At this point in time, with an average residential home valued at $251,000, the new rate would impact a homeowner by $64. With the average commercial industrial value being at $717,000, they would be impacted by a $179 increase. So each class of property will go up 1.2%. That's all. You also have the option at this hearing to adopt a residential exemption, which is not advisable because we don't have a great deal of rental properties. We're mostly a single family home town. And the small commercial exemption. With the residential exemption, it just gets shifted onto other people, and it's mostly for resort communities that have a lot of second homes and things like that. So it's not helpful in a town such as ours. And the small commercial exemption there again, if one tenant in a block complies, they have to have under 10 employees, they have to have a valuation of $1 million or less. And it wouldn't be the business owner that gets the benefit, it's the actual owner of the property. So it's been kind of a moot question here in East Long Meadow, and because of the makeup of our town. So I'll be glad to respond to any questions or have Diane respond to any questions.
I don't, well, I was going to say, first of all, I don't have a question, but thank you for all your hard work, because on an annual basis, you churning the numbers and coming up with the
Thank you.
the figures to present to us so we can make our decision wisely.
Yeah.
And through the chair, you're talking about the CIP being 25% when we would start being able to see the advantages of having a split rate, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, is there any chance of the tax rate just staying the same?
No, not generally, because you have 2.5%, which allows for that 2.5% increase. It would call for some very stringent budgeting. This year, we only had a 1% increase that was advised to all the departments, and that's pretty tight going after years of tight going. So I don't see any tax rate being stable. I think just going up 25% is 25 cents is quite an achievement, to tell you the truth.
These are stringent times.
Pardon?
These are stringent times.
I sat with Diane for a couple hours on Diane, and she explained, and I think a single rate is the way to go.
Yeah.
After sitting for her and her explaining everything.
She's a good teacher.
Oh, yes, she was very
Yes.
good. Yeah.
I realize, and I don't know if anyone wants to speak pro or con, but I realize we have a number of people in the audience who are here for this specific concern. If anyone would like to express their thoughts one way or the other right now, please. Yes, sir, could you rise and state your name?
I'm Charlie Christensen. I'm here to speak on behalf of the East of the River Five-Town Chamber, and as a resident and business owner, we wish to thank the board for their continued support of the single rate. Hopefully we'll see the light in doing that this evening. We believe it's important to retain a single rate to maintain a healthy business environment here in East Long Meadow. As you all know, businesses have always been very generous and supportive of the local schools, events, and different town activities. Businesses have been hit pretty hard over the last couple of years with a lot of rising costs, whether it's utilities, various regulations, or just overall operating costs. And we would appreciate it if you continue to support our community so that we can support yours.
Thanks, Charlie. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Edward Zemba, and I'm a resident of the town and also a small business owner, and I just want to say thank you to the board for continuing to keep this a business-friendly town. I don't know if you can put a dollar value on a reputation of a town, but I think that the fact that this town currently has from what I hear in the business community, the reputation of being a business-friendly community, and a community that ties the businesses to the schools and the community all together, I think is exceptional. I just want to say thank you for doing that to date, and hopefully we can continue doing that as a community.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Any final comments from the board before I blab?
Well, I think we should vote on it tonight.
Definitely, well, we are
Yes.
definitely voting on it tonight, but this is my 6th time doing this, and those of you who have seen me 6 times, it's the same speech I give every other time. We've got a bunch of people in here. I know many of you who have wonderfully successful businesses in town, and we're glad to have you here, and we're glad you're thriving and you're contributing to the community. You're hiring local people. You're doing a wonderful job. And I also know from an accountant standpoint that you're getting hit with higher payroll taxes. You're getting hit with higher insurance. You're getting hired with unemployment. And for us to be able to keep a single tax rate, I think it helps you folks do what you can do, as Ed said and Charlie said, and also keeps you in town. I know, and I'm not going to be specific, but we've got a couple, or at least one, we know of one business who may be teetering a very large one, and I've said many times, I don't want to be the one to change the tax rate and be the one to put the lights out when they move out of town. So it's great to have business in town. We have wonderful businesses in town, and I'd love to see you all stay here, and this is one more step to hopefully keep you here. Anyone else?
Oh, you said it enough for all.
Okay. I tend to be long-winded.
Well, everybody's
So,
been done today.
with that being said, I would like to make a motion to approve a tax rate at a factor of 1? Factor of 1.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming.
I do have
a form that does need to be signed.
Okay.
So we can submit this into the Department of Revenue tomorrow.
I think the last time I got applause at a town function was when I pulled a warrant item at the town meeting, so this is even better.
Do we all have to sign it?
Yes.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
I think it's
The other side?
yeah.
See, that's what happens when you're always the first one to sign. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring up one clerical matter with the mechanics of getting this reported to the state.
Okay.
The document that you're signing now ratifies that it's a single tax rate is what the board has voted on. Tomorrow, what I would ask is for the ability to go on the state website and certify that I have on file, on behalf of the board, your signatures certifying that vote.
I'd like to make a motion to allow our town administrator to go on the state website tomorrow and certify with the state that he has our vote for a single tax rate.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
If I could make one other comment just before you go, just for the, just to clarify that the board is not taking any action, as it has done in the past, it is not taking any action on the property exemption or the residential and the small commercial. Right,
Correct.
just to note that.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Do we
All
need
right.
to vote on that?
I don't believe so.
The board typically has not taken that vote.
Yeah.
If they're just not taking any action, just note that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We won't go there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Our next appointment, and we're actually sort of pulling this together, our 6:30 appointment is Nadine. It's like a doctor's office. We're only a few minutes late.
How you doing? How are you? Rich down. Hi, Rich.
Nice to meet you, Rich.
Good, how are you? Good.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Good.
How are you?
And you are here tonight for a variety of reasons. You've got like 3 different things here. First, you have plans to reopen, which is a good thing. I don't know if you want to briefly explain.
Well, we're going to close abruptly in August 2nd, and there was a...
Excuse me for a second. Gentlemen, could you like take your conversations outside? I'm too tired to use the gavel again. Go ahead.
So, as I said, I closed on August 2nd, and that decision was made kind of hastily. And I ended up meeting Richard through Stephen Graziano, and Richard has expressed interest in being in the business of the restaurant. Right now, we're in the middle of discussion and negotiation, but what I'd like to be able to do at this point is to open up the restaurant to kind of keep all the permits intact. And we already applied for the renewal of the liquor license, and it will be ran under my corporation and under all whatever that we need to do to keep it going.
Right.
And he will be my assistant manager, and I'll be working with him to get this business back on its feet. But we got to be honest with you, we're not here to beat behind the bush. You know, eventually what we'd like to do is we'd like to have him take over the corporation itself as being a new corporation. So the transfer will be in place. But at this point, what I'd like to do is I'd like to open up the restaurant to just kind of preserve the liquor license and all licenses that is involved. And, you know, I'd like to have the blessing of the Selectmen's office.
Okay, so you're basically keeping the same corporation, same corporate officers, and everything that was in place before, which is fine, right?
That's correct.
Since you're here? Okay.
Correct.
Great. So that we like to hear that. So obviously that involves reapplying for your liquor license and everything that goes along with that. So that I assume you'll be doing.
It's already been submitted to the office.
All right.
Yep. Along with all the insurance, workman's comp, liability, and all that.
Okay, great. And the second item is you want to approve Mr. Dowling as new substitute manager.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, restaurant experience?
Yes, some. More management experience.
Okay.
I've been a manager or a lead or a senior person for years. So, yes, some restaurant experience growing up, but more in the corporate sector as far as managing teams and things like that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
When do you expect to open?
We would like to open last month, but that won't. So I would say to be on the conservative side, another maybe 10 days. Would like to kind
within 10 days,
of
okay.
taking care of the vendors and getting new, inventory in, getting the new staff in place and training everybody, including Richard as well, to the micro system and stuff like that. So hopefully within 10 days, we'd like to kind of open up the doors and kind of do a soft opening, get people in, just to kind of get things rolling.
Okay.
And has our health inspector been there yet?
I don't believe, are you in the position like to be
We are
inspected?
clean, ready to be inspected,
Okay.
so.
You can put her on our ever-expanding list.
Yes.
All right, if you...
Probably next week, we'll make it a priority for you.
Absolutely. What I'll do is I'll give you my cell phone number,
Yeah.
either me or Richard will be there to kind of walk you through it.
Okay.
Place is spotless.
All right.
All righty, great, yes.
Just to add a reminder, I don't think we've talked yet with the staff that's going to be coming in. We assume that there's going to be new staff.
Correct.
That we'll need to have the tips and service,
Yes.
and all that.
I do have my certification, he's working on his, and everybody
Okay,
else, we
great.
gather all the information for.
Great, great,
Yes.
thank
Okay,
you.
great, great.
What will be your hours so I can?
We're gonna keep the same hours that we had with other license, I believe it was from 11 till 1 a.m.
Okay,
So we're gonna keep
So
that.
anytime
and,
after 11, we can inspect you?
Yeah, after 11, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. And I think we're gonna, me and Richard, we have to discuss it, maybe opening on, opening on Sunday as well, so that's something we have to decide on.
All right.
All right.
I kinda like my Sundays off with my kids.
Good. All right.
That's been submitted as part of the renewal process, but we have on file from before they closed. Are you advising getting a fresh for the current one? They've done so for the application. Yep.
All right. Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve Richard Dowling as the new substitute manager for now, I'm gonna call it Nadim's Fish and Grill, if that's what it's
That
gonna
works for
stay.
me.
Okay.
Pending the approval of our health agent.
Well, this is just as manager, this isn't the opening of the business, so, I mean, the health agent, the
health
substitute
agent.
manager.
Okay, this is a substitute, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And now, this next thing is, we've got down future plans for this business. So if I don't know if you want to,
Nothing has been set yet, but certainly we're gonna definitely have to be in front of you again to just
Mhm.
give you the full, we're still back and forth, but as of right now, we're just opening under joint corporation. So I'd like to keep it as that.
Okay.
and,
yeah, whenever you
when we have the
decide,
final-
yeah. Because obviously
absolutely.
with the licenses and things, you're gonna
Of
have
course,
to
no, of course.
come for change, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so just for clarification,
Yeah.
so when the business is about to open, they'll come back before us again? Or can we
I don't
do it
believe you
now?
have to once they,
Once we inspect it.
yeah,
So
once they're
don't
inspected.
we have to vote on that after the inspection? I'm just trying to be
I
clear.
don't believe so. We don't have to vote
We usually-
vote to reopen them, no.
No, But don't we,
Their license is still.
Right.
okay, so they already
Once
have a
we
license,
inspect
so
it,
it's
it'll
not
be
a
all
new
set,
business?
Right.
It's the same business, but
Correct.
under,
Well,
you're
it's
just
actually-
adding somebody else?
You're adding
Just
somebody as a
as a
manager.
manager.
Okay,
substitute
I'm
manager,
good.
yes.
Sorry.
That's
No
fine.
Just, I don't want you to get,
No, no.
stuff,
No problem.
I'd rather take care of it on the front end than once you get going.
Absolutely.
All right.
Excited.
So in that case, you're all set? Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad to see you're getting all those renovations you made.
We'll benefit, we'll
Hate to
benefit
see it-
eventually.
hate to see it go.
Absolutely. My number, telephone number, so just call me anytime.
Nice meeting you, too.
It's been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you. I came around.
Thank you so much. See you. Thank you.
All right, our next meeting is for the pizza shop. So if there are... Great sweatshirt.
Reach. Talk about reach. Thank you. Nice reach.
How are you?
Good.
Are you Ralph?
I am Ralph,
Okay. Ralph, you're here to be
substitute manager.
approved as substitute manager.
Okay.
I recognize the last name, so you're probably associated with the family that owns the place?
I'm Tony's brother.
Okay.
Yep, the three of us.
Have you been you've been in the food business?
Yeah, I've been a part owner since
Okay.
day one,
Then you've
so
got
7 years.
Then you must have all the necessary requirements that we're looking for in a manager, so.
Yeah, I think the only thing I need to do now is just to get re-tip certified. I
Okay.
think my tip certification might have expired.
Okay.
Other than that,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Yeah, I think I was a substitute manager before.
Okay.
I think he just had hired a manager, so I think the substitute manager might have changed.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's the only difference.
All right. Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, then in that case, I'd like to make a motion to approve Ralph Giugio as a new substitute manager of the pizza shop.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Hi.
There you go. You're all
Sounds
set.
that easy.
Good luck.
Okay.
You didn't even get
Thank you.
warm in the seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, traveling down Shaker Road, there's any representatives from Frigo's here?
Why Why did I just get hungry?
Joe.
Hi, Joe. Nice
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Better.
How are you folks tonight?
Fine, thank you. A little cold.
Yeah. I just got back from Florida, so.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, for about a week, then, like everybody else. Okay, so we are here once again to approve Darlene as a new substitute manager for the East Long Meadow store, I assume. Experience in food?
Yes. Several years with Joe.
Okay.
Previous to this, also the student prints. And
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going back for the big...
no, I'll wait to see how that all plays out.
I know, that'd be interesting. Okay. And
Did you notice that Joe's lip got a little tight when you said that? Yeah.
It was just for conversation.
Exactly, exactly.
It was just for conversation purposes.
I felt it.
So I assume you have all your certifications or whatever you need to, I don't think it's like a restaurant. Well, I suppose it is. So you're all set in that regard. I don't know if his manager needs Surf Safe.
We have all the paperwork.
Okay. That's all I need to know. I should just ask you.
I know.
All right. Any questions from any of the board members?
No, not at all.
In that case, I'd like to...
When do you plan on taking over? Right away?
Pardon?
Right away you're taking over?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve Darlene, is it Ahern?
Yes.
Okay. As new substitute manager of Frigo's Gourmet Foods.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh,
Happy
that's
Thanksgiving
fine.
to you.
Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving
Good
to
night.
you also.
How's the hockey going?
All right, we are actually 2 minutes early. But since we're on a roll, is Joseph Maruka here?
Oh, okay.
How are you?
I'm doing well. This is my brother Michael.
Hi.
How are you doing? How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Joseph or Joseph?
Nice to meet you.
Hi, good. How are you? Good to see you too.
Okay, and you are starting a new business, which we love to see in town.
Yes.
On Shaker Road. Is it Trey?
It is
How do you-
Trey.
Trey?
Yep.
Trey Olive LLC, and I believe from what I read, you're going to be selling olive oil,
Yes, that's correct.
which is wonderful. So,
You need it to cook.
what's that?
To cook.
Yes, you do.
Makes every dish better.
Yes, it does. If you want to give us a little, commercial about your establishment.
Okay,
now's
well,
the time.
we import our olive oil directly from our grandparents' farm in southern Italy.
Oh, wow.
So it's, one source, single estate and single variety. And we do an online business. Currently, we moved from Springfield, so this is kind of our first try into the retail business. I mean, we moved into the warehouse, so we figured we'd have a little retail presence as well.
Oh, we appreciate you making your presence in East Long Meadow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any questions from the board?
Don inspected that?
I believe it was,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's already
And
inspected.
Yeah.
Nick, all the paperwork's in order, I assume? Okay.
No weekend hours? Never mind. Do your business the way you got to do.
Yeah,
I was just surprised a little bit. That's all right.
If we wanted to amend those, would that be?
That's where the online sales come in. So
Yeah.
you can do those anytime.
Smart. Family time.
Yes.
Okay.
In that
The
case,
answer is yes. You
I
can.
would, I would like to make a motion to approve the application for retail food establishment permit for Trey Olive LLC.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
You're asking for hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and your applications in the establishment was inspected and approved by our health agent, Don Toon, and there's an approved waiver of site plan from the planning board. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday for Trey Olive LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All set?
Great.
All set.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Now we're actually ahead by 8 minutes. I don't know if
Wow.
you'd like to do the meetings invitations or reminders.
Okay, sure. LCAT committee meeting on Wednesday, November 19th at 10 a.m. in the LCAT studio at 180 Maple Street. The Board of Selectmen police sergeant candidate interviews will be tomorrow, Wednesday, November 19th, at 6 p.m. in the Town Hall Hearing Room. Cable Advisory Committee will be on Thursday, November 20th at 10 a.m., the LCAT studio located at 180 Maple Street. Town offices will be closed on Thursday, November 27th, and Friday, November 28th, in observance of Thanksgiving. Appropriations meeting, RE Budget Information and Documents for FY16 will be on Tuesday, December 2nd, at 6:30 in the Media Room at the Council of Aging.
Thank you. Since we have a few minutes, I think I'd like to make a motion for a 2-minute recess.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
It's a little after 7:10. Our next appointment is Cassandra Carasuolo? Carasuolo? Come on up.
Did you kill that name?
Yeah, it's all right. Everybody does.
Hey. All right, and you are here because you are also starting a new business in town, which is wonderful, called My Main Squeeze. Would you like to give us a little advertisement?
It's a juice and smoothie bar, so all fresh juices and smoothies, all healthy foods. There's going to be some freshly prepared salads, but it's basically no preservatives, no additives, all fresh, healthy foods.
Great. And that is at 48 Shaker Road.
Thank you.
Right next to
Coffee
Time.
Oh.
We won't talk about the little juxtaposition.
The best of both worlds, I guess.
Meatball grinder smoothie. Anyways, you are here for a variety of reasons. The first reason is to approve the business as a juice bar and smoothie bar. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the business itself.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And the second one is to approve a common victualler license.
Okay.
And I make a motion to approve a common victualler license.
So move.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yes, I don't see our health agent signing off.
Yes,
Is
she
that-
did, if you go
I don't
back, yeah.
Oh, it's on the second page.
Yep.
Just wanted to be sure. Okay, fantastic.
All righty.
Go ahead for your vote, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. A milk and cream license. A motion to approve a milk and cream license.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
A food establishment permit. Motion to approve a food establishment
So
permit.
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion to approve a retail food establishment permit.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And also to approve the hours of 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, no Sundays?
No Sundays.
Saturdays?
That's two businesses with no Sunday hours.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm okay with Sundays. You know, that's
There
a
you go.
holy day.
Yep. And a
For
special,
Saturdays.
the special permit application is approved by the planning board, and the food applications and establishment approved by Don Toon, our health agent. So you are all set.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much.
Good luck and welcome to town.
Yes.
Cheraswolo. Thank you very much. A lot.
Fruit, all kinds of fruit?
Yeah, all different fruits, and there's even a coffee one too.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Okay.
Let's see. Our next appointment is at 7:20. We're a few minutes early. That gentleman isn't here, but our 7:30 appointment is here, and I don't know if you want to come up early, Bob?
Okay, certainly.
Get you home a little quicker. We have Bob Parent and Dan Burek.
Good evening. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm stretched. This is a tough one.
I hear you.
What, no hug?
Well, no, you don't want to reach over and
I know it. How are you gentlemen tonight?
Very good.
And you are here for a couple items. One is the Summers Road landfill. Okay. Here. Okay, so if you want to give us an overview.
Certainly. I understand that the board has already received a copy of the 2 permits that were issued to the town from the Department of Environmental Protection. What I asked Dan Murphy, our town engineer, to do is basically summarize what is about 21 pages of regulatory language into a one-page summary.
Thank you.
That basically lays out what the permit requirements are.
Okay.
And that is what I had handed out to the board just a moment ago.
Okay.
Basically, there are two approvals issued. One is the approval of what is known as the comprehensive site assessment, which is essentially the environmental evaluation of the landfill. And the approval really specifies what the town needs to do from an environmental monitoring standpoint going forward.
Okay.
What Dan did, in addition to the bulleted items, he prepared a timeline that you can see on the next 2 pages. One of them for the comprehensive site assessment monitoring activities, and one for the landfill closure and continued use of the landfill property activities. Pretty straightforward. For the comprehensive site assessment, Mass DEP approved the previous studies that were done almost 9 years ago at this point. They indicated that no additional investigation of the landfill property was required. They did state that if there is ever any development that occurs between the landfill property and the quarry pond, there's a narrow sliver of land there, and there had been some discussion a number of years ago about possibly constructing an access roadway through that property.
Redstone was going to put another building over there at one point.
They've indicated that they're fine with everything the way it is right now, but if there is any development of that property, they would revisit what the environmental impacts might be on that development.
Okay.
Okay, great.
There are a couple of requirements. One is that the town needs to file, and it'll be DPW working with the Board of Health to file what's known as a record of landfill operations, which is basically a document that goes on file that records that that site has been used as a landfill historically.
Okay.
Basically put onto the land records at that point. They did require one additional monitoring well be placed essentially to the north end of the site, between the site again in Brownstone, again because of that concern that if there was any development to the north of the site, they want to make certain they understand if there's any environmental issues that we need to be aware of. And then, you know, probably the most significant thing, now that they've approved the comprehensive site assessment, the town is required to start annual monitoring of the landfill property. That really has been on hold for the past 9 years while Mass DEP has been reviewing and ultimately approving the site assessment. The first year of environmental monitoring is not this current calendar year, but it will be next calendar year.
Okay.
So it'll take effect by the end of December of 2015.
Okay, so it's not December 15th?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
So from a budgeting standpoint, it will be something that will need to be factored into budgets for next year, but it is not something that needs to be done within the next month. It'll be within the next year.
Do you know what, excuse me, through the chair, the actual cost of that? Could you ballpark it?
I ballparked it to Nick when the permits originally came in, and I believe these are high numbers. Dan is working with a couple of different laboratories to come up with a more exact number, but my very ballpark number was probably in the $15,000 to $25,000 per year range. I think it's going to be on the lower end of that.
Okay.
Because it is only once per year. It's not quarterly or semi-annually, such as some landfills have to be done. This is strictly once per year. So again, I think we'll be on the lower end of that range.
Okay.
And that's for the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And that's for the duration of, I notice this goes out to 19.
Exactly.
2019. So is that?
It's essentially perpetual care at this point going forward.
Okay.
So it never stops? Ever?
It likely never stops, but you likely can request reduced monitoring frequencies as you build up a database of what the water, primarily you're looking at the groundwater quality and you're looking at the surface water quality downstream of the landfill. Okay. And if that is demonstrated to have minor impact and the conditions are very stable, many times the state will allow you to back off in frequency.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this has happened before, so how long would you say generally, how long would we have to go out before we could ask for a reduction in that? Typically, not saying that it would definitely happen then, but how many years?
It's hard to say. I would probably hazard 5 or 10 years, because
5 to 10 years.
The experience I've had with communities that have had to do quarterly monitoring, that they've had reduced to semi-annual, and semi-annual that they have reduced to annual. Annual is pretty infrequent to start with. So, and again, you only get one data point every year, so will take a
Okay.
number of years to show
Okay.
consistent water quality downstream of the landfill.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't expect it's a year or two.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So the second approval that was issued was known as the corrective action design and the post-closure use approval. And that basically documents what the town needs to do. One, to close the portions of the landfill that were not closed. A portion of it has been where the transfer station is. But as we've talked about before, there are 2 other areas in the site that have not been closed. And then approves the town's continued use of the facility as a transfer station and a leaf and yard waste facility, as well as continued use by the DPW for material storage and things like that. And it lays out the requirements for what has to happen in order for that to continue happening. For instance, we have to lay out access roadways, we have to put a barrier between the surface of the roadway and the landfill so we don't, inadvertently impact the cap of the landfill. They lay out, as we expected, a multi-year schedule for doing 2 things. One is constructing the surface or the pads that we will be creating our new composting facility on top of. They give us until September of 2018 to do that. And then there's multiple phase closure of the landfill itself, and they give us until October 17 to do that. So it's multiple years. It fits in very well with the plan that we've talked about before, which is to implement the closure activities using DPW forces over the next couple of years. Then there are various requirements during the construction activities, quality assurance, quality control measures that the DPW will have to comply with to make certain that everything is done correctly, and then we'll have to certify the things when it's complete. And then ultimately the maintenance of the site when it's done. There are some areas that'll be left in grassed condition. They'll have to be mowed annually, for instance, to keep the woody vegetation down. There'll have to be an annual inspection done of the landfill just to make certain that the cap is still intact, nothing's been done to impact it. So pretty straightforward stuff. No real surprises in here.
Great. Thanks for the update. It's
one, and I didn't mean to mention, one item that the board should be aware of is there is a very small piece of there's a very small finger of property that encroaches upon what had been the historical landfilling site. That is an area that we will have to work on. We, Board of Health, DPW, over the next couple of years to work out acquisition easements, something like that, because DEP wants a community to fully own the property that their landfill is located upon. This is, I said, a very small finger of property that actually slightly intrudes upon what had been the historical landfilling area.
Where, through the board?
Yep.
Where is that on that map, Bob?
See if I can show you. This is Summers Road. This is Kibbe Road. This is the landfill property itself. We're really talking about the very tip of this triangle. Not more than, it comes to a point essentially, I think it's maybe 50 feet back or something like that, the very tip of this point, which is actually part of a property that abuts Kibbe Road and has this very long finger and sliver of property that comes up onto the landfill property. Generally in these situations, it's fairly easy to work things out. My understanding was the town was close to an arrangement with the property owner a number of years ago, and then the property changed hands. And at that point, the process stopped. But it essentially, it's a liability to the property owner, so most times property owners are willing to say, take it off my hands. It'll be the town's issue as opposed to the property owner's issue.
You see it, Bill? It's that little point. Right here.
That thing in the yellow?
Yeah.
It's that little, why they ever did that is, who knows? Stuff at Kibbe. Yeah.
And again, it's really only the very tip of this triangle that comes that way.
Just the tip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not the entire
No, by no means,
yellow.
no.
I was going to say, that's a very strangely shaped piece of land that somebody owns. Okay.
Sometimes it's, pieces of property you own what gets left over that nobody else owns, and that's probably the case here, is that there's essentially a door or a leftover sliver of property.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you, and obviously keep us apprised as the work starts and commences, and I'm sure we'll see some of it as we go by, so.
You won't see much of anything, really.
No.
And one more item, and I should have, Mr. Gorman and myself, as well as Mr. Bro, will be meeting with Mass DEP tomorrow.
Okay.
Just to go over the permit conditions, as well as talk about landfill, historical landfill issues in general. So if we have any more information after tomorrow, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay, great, thanks. And the second item is the beloved Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, which I guess our appropriations chairman was a little unclear on what's contained in the agreement. So I know you've got, I saw in here that you had the agreement. I don't know what I did with it, but
Yeah, we had talked about that a year ago.
Yes.
Prior to, the annual town meeting. And then when it got pushed off till this year.
Right.
We'll bring it back up again, but.
Right.
Basically, everything, I'll let you talk, but that we talked about was the direct costs, insurance, payroll, workman's comp, any of the direct costs, the cost of the water, and the only thing that we had talked about was not doing anything with the indirect costs.
Correct.
In lieu of the town receiving the water, so we don't have to charge you and have chargebacks from the different departments and.
So basically,
until now, if later on it has to be changed, we can change it later, but. And I know that Bob and the new accountant went to a seminar on enterprise funds, so they're aware of how to set them up and how to.
Yeah, and just for everyone's knowledge, it's employee retirement, employee health, life, Medicare, and workman's comp, future principal and interest, and vehicle and equipment purchase and maintenance. Looks like the to allocate the indirect cost to the enterprise fund. So I don't know if we can get, I suppose in the budget process we'll have figures, because obviously we'll have to get those to appropriations so they can work those into.
Yeah, those have to come out of the budget and be pulled out.
I did speak with Mr. Madison last Friday, actually, just before he hit the send button on his email to everybody, and I think his understanding of where things are going and what we laid out here are very close at this point.
Okay, good.
He was really looking to focus on the big dollar numbers that really matter.
Right.
And he was happy to hear that we'd moved along as far as we had. We just hadn't finalized an agreement between the two boards.
Okay. Okay, so we'll keep, I suppose we should finalize it.
Yep.
So if Nick, if you want to put, if we don't have it, if you want to put an agreement together to have us sign and have members of the Board of Public Works sign, so we can have it set in stone. All righty?
One item, if you don't mind, I'll advise the Board of Selectmen of, just as I did the Board of Public Works. One of the items that came out of the seminar that the town accountant and myself went to is that the way that the water and sewer enterprise funds will be presented at town meeting will be significantly different than what had traditionally been done. It's essentially presenting a balance sheet for the water fund and for the sewer fund that shows revenue and expenses being voted upon at the same time, as opposed to just showing the expense side of the equation. So it'll be a significantly different presentation on the town meeting warrant that shows both sides of the equation.
Okay.
That's great.
All right, which obviously makes sense since the revenue basically stays in the fund. So you want to, it's not like others where the revenue comes out of the general income of, if you will, of the town. So okay.
So was this supposed to take in effect in a year, right? 2016?
Yes, because we're in.
Correct. So as we're in the budgeting cycle right now, we need to start having an understanding of how this system is going to be set up so we can put the dollars in the right places as we start building the budget.
Okay. Very good. Any questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
I look forward to seeing that document. Sorry. Oh.
Thanks.
I'll see you.
Yep. All right.
So you're going back.
Yep. Rocco, we were running early and you weren't here, so we jumped you. Come on up.
I figured that.
How are you? It's a stretch.
It is a stretch. We didn't do it before early in the meeting, but I guess we started.
And you are here for a couple items.
Yes.
The first item is regarding the renovation of Town Hall.
Well, before we get to that.
Okay.
The capital planning committee right now is in recess. I'd like to make this a joint meeting between the capital planning committee and the board of selectmen.
Okay.
And have the capital planning committee come back into out of recess,
Open session,
if you
yeah.
will.
Okay.
That
explains all the guests.
Can I ask, what would be the purpose for that?
So that the other members of the capital planning committee can also ask questions.
Okay. Did you post it?
Yes.
Okay.
All righty. Do you folks want to come up?
So
everybody looks so enthusiastic.
Recess and go back into the meeting. We're here second? Second. All those in favor? Aye.
All right.
You gotta
Welcome.
You gotta open up yours too.
Well, our meeting is open.
It wasn't a joint meeting. Okay, whatever. I'm good.
I think they're just opening their meeting within our meeting, so I don't
Okay.
think we have to. Right. All right, gentlemen, how are you? All right. Now.
Okay. Couple of questions. First of all, the fire department ladder truck. We have yet to receive your endorsement for that capital request. We want to know what the situation is on that, because we had a November 7th deadline to entertain all capital requests, and we haven't received any word from your board as to what the status of that capital request is.
I think we had gone over the facts, and I don't remember. Well, obviously, we didn't vote on it. I didn't know if there was any, if anyone has anything to add on that.
Well, go ahead, Andrew.
I think there was a request for more information that we received in a packet. And then I guess it was on our agenda to have a discussion down at number 15 on our agenda.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on there.
So we're just a little premature, and you should have an answer to that later on tonight?
I believe
Yeah, I would
that's
say.
what the intent was.
Okay. The next item on our list is the rec department vehicle. We haven't heard any endorsement from your board as to what the situation is with that vehicle.
That's number 15C. Maybe we should read what's on 15.
I don't have your
Oh, sure.
agenda.
It's a ladder truck, rec department pickup, and then just something from MMA requesting to oppose any budget cut proposals. So, and I know, if I remember correctly, he got a new bid in on the truck, and it came in at 28. No, I thought the other one was 30-something. The one its original in the budget was 30.
37 went down to 35 with a $5,000 gift from a friend of mine. No,
Okay.
if that's accepted.
And we,
But we get through the board.
Yeah.
Mr. Donahue, maybe you could ask him that, Connie, if that's legal to do that.
But could that come during our conversation on number 15 as
Well,
opposed to now?
I suppose. I'm just trying to get.
Rather than through the chair, can we, seeing as a joint meeting, can we move to Article 15 and dispense
And
with
resolve
these?
these now?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, instead of,
You're going to get to it anyhow.
now I'm trying to find, I could have sworn there was something in here, and the truck they came back with was like 28.
Yeah, you're right.
It was.
So that was why we had asked,
Town council didn't get a proposal back.
Okay.
Well, the question to town council was whether or not the appropriation of the $5,000 from the, who was that? From
Friends of Recreation.
Friends of Recreation, if we could use that towards to offset the cost of the truck
Yeah, this
that
was
he's
the-
asking for.
Yes, I remember that.
Sir? So can we accept $5,000 from the Friends of Recreation to go towards a truck that,
Or you want to purchase a new truck and receive a gift from existing entity of funds that they have. Yeah, that's permissible.
Okay.
They should put the authorization in writing and donate the
There it is.
money to the accountant.
yeah.
Okay, so
This is 28,277 minus
Yeah,
the
I just gave it to
5,000
him,
would
yeah.
come to 23.
So in theory, it would drop it down to 23,277.
Right.
Okay. Which is a little bit better than the 30, whatever it was.
Now, one of the suggestions that came up at our previous meeting is to replace the fire department's pickup truck with a new truck and give that truck to the rec department. I just throw that out for your consideration.
Actually, it was one of the things that was going to come up later on.
Is it,
Well, through the board, Paul?
yeah,
They said they weren't going to do that for 2 years, Rocco. That's why
We're going to do what for 2 years?
trade that truck in.
For the fire department.
yeah.
But if they gave that vehicle to the rec department and got themselves a new vehicle
And put it off till then, you mean?
and
No,
not
no,
get one in
no.
2 years.
So get one now and give the other one to the...
Now and, rather than buying a new vehicle for the rec department, buy it for the fire department.
Yeah.
Now, have you discussed that with the gentleman in the white shirt back there?
No,
Or we could wait 2
but
years.
I can't imagine he'd say no to a new vehicle.
True. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, I mean, that's actually a decent idea, because then how is that pickup? Is that in good shape?
It's in excellent shape.
Excellent, yeah.
So you...
It is on the capital 5-year plan. Right now it has about just over 70,000 miles. The truck's 7 years old. Again, we're pretty fortunate with the budget that's given to the fire department for maintenance. We were able, if something breaks, we fix it. There's new tires on it. We just put a little bit of money into the front steering and a little bit of engine work. But other than that, if you talk to the mechanic that works on it, the truck's doing fantastic.
How many miles on that, Paul?
Just over 70,000.
Yeah, because I guess my thought is, if you could give the rec department that vehicle, and then you're buying one there, in theory, you don't have to buy another one in 2 years. You know, you're saving that, instead of buying a vehicle now and replacing that in 2 years for the fire department's purposes or whatever. You've got Colin, who in theory will abuse it less than the fire department, I would think. So
His usage is substantially less.
yeah, yeah, okay. Any questions?
Yeah. The truck that we're talking about, how much would your truck cost to replace?
Budget number that I received for 2 years from now, it's about $45,000. I could have a figure to you by the end of, to both boards by the end of the week, what that would cost. July's money.
Yeah. So you went from spending 28
this, Paul.
to
Would you
45.
need the same
So you're going up, not down.
caliber of truck
Overall.
that you currently have now? Do you have a 150 now? Can you use a S10, I'm going to say?
I would say we wouldn't go backwards. We would want to keep a 150. I think we could change our operation. We probably don't need a cab. We have the extended cab on it. We could probably do it with a single cab. Very often, or it's very rare for we need to have the extra seats in the back of that vehicle. There is some storage back there, the deputy's gears back there, and whatever, but we can make arrangements to set that up with a single.
So you can get a price on a vehicle that would be adequate, but not as elaborate as what you currently have. Okay.
So what we're thinking is, suppose that one's...
That's a book rackle, they get them on right there.
Okay. Instead of 28 now and 40 or whatever in 2 or 3 years, we'd be doing nothing now and then 40 in 2 or 3 years.
Right.
The only downside is, well, it's not a downside.
No, it'd be 40 now, because they're going to need a
Well, that's true, 40
replacement
now,
right
but
away.
okay, nothing.
So
then-
instead of spending
Yeah.
23 or 28, we're going to be spending 40.
Right, but you won't, in 2 years, you won't be buying another truck.
Overall, it's less, but right now, it's, and so the question is, can it wait 2 years?
And we have a $5,000 gift this year.
but that's for the rec
That's for a
department.
new-
I don't think you can pass that, I don't think the
not
fire
gonna get-
department could use that.
The rec
Right.
department can use that money to repaint the truck, to take the striping off it, to take the lettering off it. I mean, it's not gonna cost $5,000. Part of that money can be toward just setting that truck up for them.
Right.
The only main difference would be this truck requested by the rec department is a 4x4 versus what yours is a 2-wheel drive.
Ours is 4x4.
Is it 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you
What's
could
that?
wait
Go
2
ahead.
years and then trade it out and do the same thing and not spend anything this year.
Well, we have
But he
to,
needs a car.
we have to spend something this year, yeah, if we're gonna get him a
Either you're
vehicle.
gonna give Paul the truck, or you're gonna pay him per diem.
Mileage, huh?
Yeah.
So you're gonna, you know, how many miles does he put on?
Yeah.
Probably quite a bit. So, you know, you gotta put that into the equation
Mhm.
too.
Yeah, exactly. For what we pay for mileage, we'd be wiser in getting him a truck.
Probably.
So if we, I don't know, what's the feeling of the board? I'm almost sort of leaning towards just getting the truck, especially with the $5,000 that you're getting. You know, if we can get it down to 23,000, we're not getting it, but, you know, giving you the opportunity to discuss whether you want to get it. Let's just correct matters here.
You know, the other question too is, they have a substantial funding source. Is there possible that could come from that $60,000 fund that they have? From the Friends of the Rec Department?
I don't know how that works. Is it up to the Friends of the Rec Department to determine how they spend their money? I would think.
Friends, if they're going to donate money, would donate it under a condition under which it could be expended. It only could be expended for that purpose. Unless, if they don't put a condition on it, then it's money that could be, goes to the general fund and gets expended for any purpose.
What is the usage of the revolving fund?
Right, that revolving fund, they have like $60,000 in there, I think.
That's,
It's generally for operating expenses.
right, it's usually for ongoing
That's
expenses.
operating expenses, probably by the end of the year, they're probably around $4,000 or $5,000.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's accurate. Or if I'm accurate, because in my mind it says $60,000.
Well, they might have that now because of all the basketball and football and soccer and lacrosse and everything, that, all of that money that just came in.
Pine Knoll and whatnot.
And now during the course of the year, they're gonna have to start spending that money until the springtime, until they get some more money.
I think that's the money that continually goes on, that's their whole budget. But anyway, I mean, we certainly can look into that.
But to make some sort of decision now, what does the board feel as far as the vehicles? And actually, you guys too. I mean, what have you given thought to whether you want to pass a truck on and then get another one, or?
We have to evaluate all the capital projects that are submitted to us.
Right.
This is one of them, along with the ladder truck. We've said from day one that unless you get the endorsement of the Board of Selectmen, we won't consider any capital requests from individual departments unless it's endorsed by the Board of Selectmen. And that's why we're here. If you don't endorse these, then we can't entertain them as requests for capital projects, because these departments come under your jurisdiction. So if we could have an answer by the end of the week as to what your board decides, because we're going to schedule a meeting for next Monday night, at which time we want to start prioritizing all the capital projects.
Okay.
All
right.
No, we do have a meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, we can, so.
We can just, I know I didn't want anything else on there, but
Yeah.
we can slide this on there.
Okay, that's what we'll do, is, we'll make a decision tomorrow night on these. Because now that,
That's okay.
I gotta try to
Yeah,
think
we know.
between the two trucks. I mean, I'm thinking if the fire department's pickup is okay and it's gonna last 5 years, then I say it's no problem requesting the vehicle for the rec department, but if we give him that truck and it craps out in 2 years, then,
that's
you know, then
something too.
you're effectively buying 2 trucks in the course of 2 to 3 years, so it's, you know, and I know everything's up in the air. You never, if we had that crystal ball, yeah.
Oh, the crystal
So,
ball.
All right.
You only knew it.
So yeah, we'll get you an answer by the end of our meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Let's just keep the oil changed in the last 400,000 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
what
true.
maintain them, Paul.
Okay. All right.
Okay, next on our agenda is the town hall renovations.
Mhm.
Does the board endorse what the DPW has proposed for $715,000 for the renovation for the town hall? And before you answer that question, there's an increase in square footage to the building that they're recommending,
All right.
which is going to request a special permit from the planning board, which in the past has been rejected due to parking. Has this board considered the future use of the town hall, such as a health inspector, a human resource person, a benefits rep? All these people are going to need space in the town hall. This proposal that is before us now to renovate the town hall is to satisfy the existing population, if you will, of the building. It doesn't address 5 years, 10 years, 15 or 20 years down the road. We spent $30,000 for this study 2 years ago. This study said the town hall is no longer adequate and will not be adequate in the future. The building, as you can see, all these yellow markers, these are all deficiencies in the building, from the heating system to the plumbing system to the electrical system. Do we need to spend $715,000 in a building that's antiquated, that will not satisfy our needs next year or 5 years from now?
Through the chair.
Yep.
That 715,000 would address the electrical and some other issues that were in the building.
I believe that's the whole, the 715 is, when we've got the people who put it together, is the whole renovation. You were going to do that in phases, where phase one is the, I don't want to say emergency repairs, but the electrical and items like that. And then, now, you weren't going to do this all in 1 year, were you? Okay.
I can give you the request. New switchgear, $45,000.
But those are necessities, I believe.
You need that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, they say they need them anyway for an old building. Do we really need that building? Do we want that building for the future of this town?
What was that? Yeah. I mean, one thing that was presented to me when we were talking about buying the other building was, what would you do at Town Hall? I mean, this is, you know.
We spent $30,000 for somebody to tell us that the building's no good.
And that's not the first time we spent that money, too. It's been over the years, so.
We keep spending money after money after money for a building that will not satisfy the town.
Well, obviously, we got a difference of opinion because we got the people who presented this say it will satisfy the town. And I believe there was space in there for, like, the benefits coordinator, and if I remember the plans.
Our question from the capital planning committee, does the board of selectmen endorse these capital projects?
Question, however, before we possibly get an answer. I think a major issue is the expansion on the footprint. It has to get through a permitting system from the planning board.
But the only expansion on the footprint is the elevator.
650 square feet.
Okay.
And the parking issue.
And according to the town bylaws, when you add, you have to add parking.
Even for an elevator?
Yeah, regardless. Square footage of the building.
So,
okay.
We think strongly we can get a ZBA on that because they're not adding any people. They're not creating any more parking by putting an elevator in, making it ADA.
Accessible.
For ADA purposes, is what we're putting an elevator in.
Okay.
But then what about the other people in town that have added storage space and they had to have parking for it? And that's, you know, the business people are gonna be up in arms over this.
Well, I don't know. I can't see how somebody would be up in arms if you're making the building compatible with somebody who's handicapped, as opposed to a storage space.
Parking spaces.
But what we're saying is, or what they're saying is, they're not adding people. They're adding an elevator for handicap accessibility.
What happens 5 years from now, we need more space, and you put people in.
In the elevator?
No, in the town hall.
There's a little storage area.
Okay.
You can put some people.
So can I infer from your comments that you are in favor of this?
Well, we looked at the other building. That was a bit more money. I was all gung-ho about it. And then various things came along to sort of dissuade me, like, once again, all of a sudden we're going to vacate town hall. So now you've got this building with nobody in it. Also, when the plan came along to redo the town hall, it showed some merit, because obviously we looked at it originally last year, and then a little more recently we got more of an update. So I'm not against it, I guess is what I'm saying. And the fact that it's going to be done in phases, I don't know if that affects capital planning, because you're not looking for $700,000 this year. You're looking for.
There's that many requests in there for $750,000.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Dan.
Yes, they did break it down.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that the IT department has moved out.
Right,
So maybe
that's true,
the problem
too.
They've moved out to the high school.
So that was 6 people.
Right, and.
With
you
6
can see how
people
this
in the
is
space
working.
where 2 people should.
But you're talking about number of people, once again. You're talking about the elevator with number of people in the building.
No.
So you lost 6 employees.
The bylaw in town says it's
Yeah.
the square footage of the building, not the number of people in the building.
Okay,
We're adding 650 square feet to the building.
okay.
I don't know what the exact dimensions on the, for the bylaw are, but if you had 650 square feet, does that mean you have to have 2 parking places?
Well, if you go to
I don't know
the,
that.
Yeah.
But
I see what you
know it's square
mean.
footage and
Yeah.
not the number of people in the building.
I see what you mean, but if you go, and once again, I'm looking at this logically, which I know flies in the face of sometimes town government, but if I go to the zoning board of appeals and I say, we're adding 650 square feet to the building, we're losing 6 people, why would we need 2 more parking spaces? And I realize you're saying it's square feet, but logically thinking, you've got 6 fewer people, and so in theory, that's 6 fewer cars.
Completely.
You
Now,
guys
keep in mind,
People back into the space, but
Right.
you're just trying to make a building handicap
Right.
accessible.
Right.
And it has no other use. The footprint there is only for the elevator. The other thing is that you've got the conference room there, which I think this proves to be a much better meeting facility than that one down there, and that could be expanded into more offices.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we have other options available to move other things out of there.
all those options were looked at in this report.
Yep.
So look at the price.
I don't know if this board is familiar with this report or not.
Oh, yeah.
But you really have to review this report. In it, it says that the building is not adequate for the
But
future
why?
of this town.
Why?
There's a whole list of things.
Well, I know, but I mean,
Okay.
what's that?
Things have changed already
I know it.
as far as what's moved out of there.
Yep.
Now, several years ago, they wanted to use the alleyway between the town hall and the library. Because it added additional square footage, it was not allowed by the planning board.
Okay.
Here we go again, trying to do the same thing by adding 650 square feet for an elevator. We couldn't use the library elevator because of the walkway between the 2 buildings would add square footage to the building.
Well, I can see that, because that's adding square footage to the building, not adding square footage to the building to put an elevator in, and which I know is semantics, but, I think you'd be able to get that through easier than just taking an alleyway and making it more room, because then you can put more people in there. You put an elevator in, you can't put more people in an elevator unless they got an office that goes up and down.
But you're confusing the bylaw with common sense.
There's my problem.
Okay.
This is why I've been here 5.5 years, and I still don't get it sometimes. So
Through the chair.
Yes.
If we were to go ahead and go with the improvements, and then we were to find out that the ZBA did not approve the expansion of the elevator, where would we be then?
Same place we are now, I believe.
But if you would have approved it, so
Well,
we wouldn't start anything until we had it.
Capital, all we do is recommend it.
Recommend
to
it.
the town
Right.
meeting.
So, Dan, if that happened, right, we would just be back where we are. There's no harm, no foul. As soon as if it goes through capital and everything, and they say yes, and give their blessing, you would then automatically go, or somebody from your department would automatically go for the ZBA, to the ZBA, and then we would know ahead of time.
It depends on what's approved at the town meeting. All right, partial renovation of the first floor at $245,000. The electrical upgrade that I just mentioned earlier, all these are separate capital projects, a request. All right, the new ADA elevator is $315,000. Any one of these,
could not go through.
If they're separate articles, and I don't know they will be or not, on a town warrant, can be approved at the town meeting. If two of these, if the elevator is not approved, for instance, and the other two are we still spending money in a building that's no longer useful to the town?
Right.
The 200,000 in the first part is to make the bathrooms in the first floor handicap accessible, which they're not. We have no handicap accessible.
Okay. $200,000?
No, that's the part of the renovate the whole, the wing where the selectmen are, that wing and the bathrooms is part of that, to renovate that.
But through the board, if you put it by elevator, you're gonna have to make the upstairs handicap available also.
Accessible.
I don't think that presented it to us.
You don't actually have to make all your facilities handicap accessible.
You don't have to?
No. As long as there's one available via the elevator, you can go down the stairs. And it was the same issue with the building that the board had looked at last year. There was going to be one handicap accessible bathroom on one floor, and that would have addressed the handicap requirement.
Can somebody come up with a list to say, okay, the next fiscal year, we're going to do this, and make a list of how much it cost, and then the next year, how much it's going to cost, and the next year, how much it's going to cost?
I believe you had that.
That's what we did.
We got to have some.
That's what the places do.
We haven't.
But what are you going to build? What are you going to build first?
Well, first is the electrical improvements and bringing the
Put it
building.
on a piece of paper for us.
They've done it. It's there.
It's in there. It's in there.
Where's it on the list of priorities for us?
We haven't prioritized anything yet, Steve.
Where's the list from them? They gave us a list with about 6 items on it. Where's the other items that have to go on that list?
That's the DPW's priority list, not the Board of Selectmen's priority list.
Somebody's got to give us a priority list.
Well, what is that in front of you? Wasn't that, you said it's broken down into three different processes?
This is from the DPW.
Yeah.
But the building is your responsibility, not the DPW's.
But the proposal is from the DPW.
That's correct.
Okay.
For you.
Yes.
Right.
But the priority list that the DPW gave us is only for their direct control, their vehicles, their needs, not the town's needs.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
I think, Rocco, when we met last week, what you asked us to do was to keep the building improvements separate.
Absolutely.
The water improvements separate, the sewer improvements separate, and the other DPW. So we followed what you asked us for.
Yes, right.
Where if you want us to combine them back into a single list, we can do so.
Well,
and I know you asked us to give you separate lists, and that's what we did.
The buildings are a responsibility of the Board of Selectmen. They own the buildings. The sewer department, the water department, that's under the DPW's control. But because the Board of Selectmen has the sole responsibility for all the buildings in town, it's their responsibility, all right, to endorse this or say,
right,
we need to look at something different. It's not the DPW's responsibility, as I see it. It's this board, because they own the building.
Right. But the proposal was written by the DPW.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And all I'm asking is, do you endorse this proposal?
Okay.
And tell us how much you want to spend this year, and how much you want to spend next year, and how much you want to spend the year after that, so we can make some educated decisions on where we're going.
Okay, so here's my dilemma. It's our building. The DPW has come up with a proposal. It's their timeline that we'll be working on. So you're asking I guess we have to work in conjunction, because you're asking us a question that if we don't answer it correctly, they can't do it.
No, but we do it in the phases that we talked about.
Okay.
And so we talked about phase one would be this year, it's the electrical upgrade. The next year might be renovating the first floor.
Yeah, and then the elevator.
Work along.
We have all of those capital proposals requests this year for FY16.
Well, people want to know what the whole package is going to be too. That's one of the things that they talked about. As you say, it's going to be this. What are we going to do
Right.
next time?
So-
when you look at the whole package, just as we can phase it in, because we can't do it all in 1 year.
Right, so you're
A lot
saying,
of this
yeah,
stuff, this work is being done by
right.
that in-house department.
So you're saying this project's going to be $700 and something odd thousand, but this year we want to X amount of dollars, you know, from capital, the next year 200,000, and the next year maybe the elevators, so it ends up being a 3-year project, but you've got the total there, but we're not necessarily asking for the total in fiscal year 16.
Through the chair, may I, through the chair, please? So but we are asking for the total amount so that the project won't have to stop at phase one.
Right. I think you're going to prove it, the whole
Right.
amount, but not in 1 year.
So the whole
That's
amount is,
schedule we say.
right.
We're going to do this in the first year, this
Just
in
wanted
the
to be clear
second
on
year,
that,
this in the third year. But the whole project has to be funded initially.
And for year
Before you
one.
start.
Okay.
Down or
Yeah.
anything
All right.
else until the schedule that we proposed.
Okay.
Based on that proposal, this
Yeah.
is what we've tried to formulate in the last 3 to 5 years, a 5-year program.
Mm-hmm.
If that be the case, then you can promote X, 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 so we can look into it for our next fiscal year as to what we can take away from $700,000, $800,000 bill and say, this is what's next in line. Even
Right.
though you're going with a total
Right.
package, we can work forward where we're going to go. Example, the ladder truck, $1 million. For 10 years, I've been saying we should put a kitty in here every year with 25 or 50 grand. We would have 3/4 of it. We have never done that. And we may want to do the same thing with our infrastructure, that we know what's coming. We've got to spend the money on it, rather than coming to us today for selling money cheese.
Well done with bonding though. That's the way it's always been done.
Some of it will have to go 2.5, and in this economy, it'd be very difficult.
Just for my own edification, since I'm the newest member on the board, I can infer from all this that you intend to have the DPW do the entire project?
That's what the proposal was, yeah, obviously with the exception of the elevator. But, go
And
ahead.
some of the other work we would sub out because it might
Right.
be too big for.
Right.
But we would oversee the whole thing. We got the quotes of what each is going to do, whether we can do it or whether we have to bring an outsider in. So
Right.
we'll be supervising the whole job and be responsible for the whole
Right.
job. And whatever we can do to, like we did in this building, whatever we can do to save money.
And you saved a tremendous amount in this building.
We'll be doing it ourselves.
Well, let me ask you a question through the board. When we did Pleasant View School, right, how many years did it take? Or this place right here?
The first phase was done with public money, so we had to do the basics using that. Once the state controlled that money, and once that was done, then we did it in phases, chipping away, and it took a few years.
Well, I asked you, Danny, because we allocate a certain amount of money now, and we're doing this in phases. 4 or 5 years down the road, the costs of things go up.
Well, but we've calculated all that into it. Our proposal that we've presented shows each year and what's going to be done, and I believe it's a
3-year, yeah.
3-year project. So we're saying it's a 3-year project. It's going to take 3 years. This is what's going to be done year 1, this is what's going to be done year 2, and this is what's going to be in year 3. People wanted to see that. That's what was talked about at the town meeting. They want to know what the whole thing is and how long it's going to take and what it's going to cost, rather than come in this year and piecemeal this one and then have to come back again for the next phase, and maybe we don't get it. We want to do the whole project.
And keep
the money and go ahead.
Well, because it seems like when we do stuff in East Long Meadow, we allocate so much money, and then the following year, we're saying, oh, geez, we should have thought of this, we should have thought of that. And you know, then that's what makes the people, the taxpayers, mad, because we should get enough money to complete the project. Whether it's a 3-year period, we should instill in that money that we're getting there, we're going to vote on, enough that would cover 3 years down the road. And that's what we don't do in this town.
That's what this whole proposal is. This whole proposal is to do the project, and here's the budget for it.
So if you give the townspeople, it's gonna cost saved for around $300,000. That's what it's gonna be.
So it's gonna be.
Not gonna be a dime more.
Not gonna be a dime more, and that's the way we've done it right along. I mean, whatever we've done within budget and on time.
Yep.
And all of these proposals from the DPW, none of them consider expansion in the future. All they do is consider what we currently have in the town hall building. We need to look 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. What's this town going to need? Let's not spend $715,000 in a building that we're going to do all over again in 5 years.
So obviously you're against it.
Well,
personally, yes.
Yeah.
Now, as a capital planning committee, I certainly can't speak for that.
But the thing is, even if we don't use that, if we were to go someplace else, you still got to upgrade that building because we would still have it, the town hall.
Why?
Because isn't there something to do with some of the sprinkler systems? Don't we have to upgrade it?
Yeah, there's, whether you were to use that building or hypothetically, you vacated that building and leased it to someone else.
We still have to
at that
update
point,
it.
You want to have a code-compliant building that would have an elevator, that would have a sprinkler system, that would have handicap accessible bathrooms. Short, if you're going to abandon the building and tear it down, which I think is unlikely, I think it's an investment that you need to make just to bring the building up to acceptable levels, whether you use it or somebody else uses it down the road.
Yeah.
I mean,
somebody come up with just a 3-year plan and tell us you're going to spend so much money this year,
it's right there.
Much money next year.
It's right there.
I don't see that.
Rocco, could you share that with
Rocco
him?
just went through
The
it.
switchgear is $45,000.
Yeah.
And that's the first year?
That's the first
That's the
year.
electrical and whatnot.
It's on a 5-year plan, Steve.
Oh, I thought it was a 3-year plan.
3-year plan, I'm sorry, right here. Sprinkler system's $110,000. Office renovations in the 3rd year at $245,000.
Yes.
Along with the elevator.
And those, we put these in pieces for discussion purposes.
Right.
We recognize that capital might say, we can't do it all in year 1. So it allows you to make decisions regarding which pieces you're willing to support and in which sequence you're willing to support them.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So now, are we required to do this ADA compliance? Is this necessary for the building now? Is it legally required for us to do it?
I would, and I don't,
Renovate the
with other types
bathrooms.
of implications of that. Generally, you're at risk anytime you have a non-ADA compliant facility for an outside individual making a case of it not being ADA.
Right, so like the
Correct me
switch
if I'm wrong, Bob,
here, for
but
example,
until
is
you
not-
spend 25% or 33% of the value of the building,
Renovate
it
the
does not have to be ADA compliant?
I'm saying there's 2 different issues. There's an issue is from a building code standpoint, and I believe you're correct. On the other hand, if a disadvantaged person
Oh, I
wants to
understand.
make an issue of the building not being ADA compliant, I think they could in its current form.
And that was the case even when we looked at the other building, is we were going to have to put an elevator in that was ADA compliant. So,
And that may not be the only option, Paul. All I'm recommending to the board is that we look at all the options.
well, we have been over the years.
But the capital planning committee has not received any information from your board as to the status of the space study, other than, yes, we looked at the building on North Main Street. Has your committee done any studies as to what else is available here in town? What are the options for the town?
I know.
Put an RFP out last year, 2 years ago.
Right.
Of what was available, and we had that, we had a building on Industrial Drive, it's now taken.
And I don't know, can we go into the industrial zone with a town building? I was told we can't. I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah.
You've already done that. You've already
Yeah.
done your due diligence to see what's available. You put the RFP out.
Question to Dan. Based on your projections here as to what could be done with the existing building, do you have the personnel available to do this job? If so, are other projects going to be demised or?
Some stuff we can do. If we can do it, we'll do it. It's budgeted to have it done and approved by outside contractors, so that's the way we usually do it. So that we're protected if we get swamped and we can't do it, the project doesn't die. We project it out at what it would cost to have it done. And anytime we can take a chunk of that and do it ourselves in-house, we do that, and then we turn the money back to the town, which we just turned back, quite a bit of money from Birchland Park. I think we just turned back, what, $125,000?
You're talking about
$125,000 because we have to put a button over it and make sure we get it done. And if we did, and we could do a lot of ourselves and save the town money, we give it right back to the town. So.
I mean, did you have an effect, was there a negative effect on the town when you did this building? And that was 4 years? Okay.
Our busy time of year is the summertime. We have 2 months to get everything done in the schools. So if we had to do this work in the summer, we couldn't do it. But if we can do it off peak time, yes, we can.
Okay.
Would that mean displacement of personnel in their present office? Would they have to be moved elsewhere?
In the renovation piece, yes, and we would likely have to work out a temporary relocation plan that would probably use the meeting room, because that's really the only flexible space that's available to be able to move groups of people.
And nothing is major. I mean, we're talking about the sprinklers, moving the sprinkler line in, which we'll have to do. We talked about doing that off hours, if we can do some more work off hours, so not interfere with them. I think the electrical.
I mean, you guys haven't sat in on their presentations. That's another problem here. Is unfortunately is
that would have been good to sit
would have been
in on
good because
we didn't have an invitation.
No.
We want to set it up again and we'll invite you.
Well, the problem is we have to do this. Like, we have to decide on these projects tomorrow night because.
Right. And the only thing, like the Capital Planning Committee needs to make recommendations at the annual town meeting, and we need to go through 30-some-odd requests, capital projects, and we need to prioritize those. And without your recommendations or endorsement of projects that are under your control, we can't do anything with them.
Okay. All right. So that'll be 3 for tomorrow night. The truck, the ladder truck, and that we'll discuss and either get an endorsement or not by the end of tomorrow.
Excellent.
All right.
That'll help us for Monday.
Yes,
Well,
absolutely. That's why I say we're going to schedule a meeting. Our regular meetings on Mondays.
Yeah.
Make us work hard.
But because of this, we delayed it one day so we
Good
can
for
meet with you.
That's what people keep telling me all the time.
So we will be meeting next Monday. So if we could have an answer before that, it would certainly benefit us.
Yeah.
Any other questions from our board? Mike?
No.
All right. We'll entertain a motion that we recess.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? We'll recess and reconvene in a few minutes.
Where are you meeting? Oh,
Next door.
Oh, okay.
Next door. Billy.
Getting a car to do this?
Yeah.
Then you get a good grip.
All right. I don't see, yes. Well, we're a little behind again. Our next appointment is with Tom Florence, our town clerk, treasurer, collector. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you. Dan and Bob, thank you.
That's right, that's what I was talking to, sort of. I was glad they did.
Oh, yeah. Good to Paul. Hey, Angie. How you doing? Hi, Billy.
All right, you are here for 3 items.
3
I
items,
believe.
yes.
The first is regarding bond refinancing,
Yes. Yep,
and if you want to give us a brief overview.
absolutely. The bond refinancing is something I had mentioned before. Because of the way the rates are so low right now, due to our bond rating and just the bond market, we can refinance some 2003 and 2005 borrowings, which we borrowed between 4 and 5%, and in 2003 between 5 and 6%. And we can actually save over the life of those borrowings $493,000. And the timetable on that, it's almost like the quicker the better. There's no deadline, so the bond market, we don't expect it to rise significantly, but to do it now is definitely the right time to do it. And what this does here, this doesn't have to go to any town meeting or anything like that. It just it's a standard vote format that allows the selectmen to give the treasurer authorization to proceed with the refinancing. And knowing that at the end of the process, if something does happen, if the rates go way up, then we won't be tied to it. We won't borrow. But again, I can't foresee that happening. So the language that I had worked with our financial advisor on is you guys got a copy of, and
Yes.
I think if we take a vote tonight, and if it's favorable, then I can go ahead and we can start the process of refinancing those 3 borrowings to save that significant amount of money.
Now, what is the life of the borrowings?
It depends on what you're borrowing for.
Well, I mean, there's $493,000. What's the life term that we'll be saving over? Is it 10 years? Is it?
I think the maximum's 15 years.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I was just curious.
Yeah, and we can break down, we have that schedule that we work with the town accountant on to know how to budget all those savings each year.
Through the board?
Yeah.
Is this about the lowest you've seen the interest rate?
It's the lowest, I've seen it, the financial advisor has seen it. It's just with the way the market dictates, but right now it is the lowest that we've seen it, yes.
So you can see no reason why we shouldn't do it?
Absolutely correct. There's really, really the time is now to take advantage of, again, coupled with the rates in our bond rating being as favorable as it is, it makes us borrow at the lowest, one of the lowest possible rates.
Yep.
Any further questions? If not, so this is my motion basically is right
Yes.
here. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for that.
You got it. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that in order to save interest costs, the treasurer is authorized to provide for the sale and issuance of bonds under General Law, small c, 44, Section 21A, to refund all or any portion of the remaining principal of and redemption premium and interest on the town's general obligation bonds dated June 1st, 2003, town's general obligation bonds dated April 1st, 2005, and the town's general obligation bonds dated December 1st, 2005. And that for this purpose, the treasurer is authorized to provide for the preparation and distribution of a preliminary official statement, provided, however, that no bond shall be issued under this vote unless and until the final interest rates and other terms of the refunding bonds are approved by the board.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing-
Anytime you get an opportunity to save some money.
Yeah, definitely. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you
Very
very
good.
much. Appreciate it.
Yes.
For the board's benefit and for the clerk as well, just a question as to if the clerk may be able to provide the board with a rough idea of when the sale might be, or when that information might be coming back on the rates and the sale and so forth. And then also keeping in mind, there is a general sense of urgency when the sale does occur to get the bond documents executed.
Okay.
So keeping in mind the board's, schedule for the coming month.
Right.
If the clerk can maybe speak to that a little bit about the process.
Sure, yep. The process, again, normally during different times of the year, we have to borrow by the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. Right now, there's no deadline, but that's a good point. Usually the borrowing process, if we do begin, I can start it as early as tomorrow, and thank you very much for that vote, is probably a 6 to 8 week period to do the preliminary official statement, to talk to bond counsel, talk to the rating agencies. So I'm looking at maybe the very end of the year or the very first of next year to finalize the signed documents. But I can put together a timeline and based on the schedule of when the board meets to give you a preliminary signing date.
Thank you. Just to follow up, I would remind the board that at this time, the board's schedule for the end of the year is to have a meeting on December 16th and then again meet in the new year for the first time on January 6th. So if something is occurring on the last week of December, the board currently does not have any kind of a meeting set up for that. So it just
Well, it simply would just mean sending us an email for all of us to get in and sign it, I would think.
Would we have to, we have to vote to approve the rates?
I believe that the board, that's another question. I believe that the board would have to have that kind of a vote.
Okay.
So at a meeting that was like at that last one,
Right.
I don't know, a couple months ago.
Right. Right, there's a portion of the final signage and borrowings that there is a vote taken by the clerk of board. It's the standard procedure of finalizing.
So is it as time sensitive as if we find out about it 48 hours isn't enough time to
It's
execute it?
not as time sensitive as that
Okay.
borrowing.
So in theory, if we found out the last week of December, we could schedule a meeting, for 15, 20 minutes or whatever it would take
That's
to.
correct.
Okay. All right. Great. The next item is a housing authority vacancy.
Yeah, I, again, just bring it to your attention. We got a resignation letter from Jean Pierce that she's not going to fill the remainder of her term. Again, I've worked with Lynn Booth, and, Lynn is going to be in contact with you. There is a person who expressed interest. He was just here earlier, Rocco Carabetta, and filling out Jean's term until the next election in April. And at that time, bless you. And at that time, her term is up anyway. It just happens that this would have been the final year of her term.
Okay.
So,
Through the chair, what's our normal process when somebody's off is off of one of the boards, or don't we usually receive a notice in writing that they're going to be giving up their seat or resigning, and then we
Put it out to the public.
I don't know if do we necessarily get that, Nick? Or do they notify their board?
I believe in this case, the individual resigned and sent a letter that was forwarded to the executive director there, Lynn, and then to the clerk, as I understand it.
Right.
So it was sent to the clerk. The notice that the board received was a secondhand, in a sense, from the director stating that a vacancy is now occurred. Ideally, I think the board would have, well, in this case, this is an elected board, so going to the clerk is the appropriate notice. However, on a more technical aspect of it, with the reappointment or with the consideration of appointing somebody to it, the process would be for that board, the housing authority, to notify the board within 30 days of the resignation.
Okay.
And therefore would then, a process would then start where it would be a joint appointment process of the members of the Board of Selectmen and the members of the Housing Authority Board. Recall that the board earlier this year went through a similar situation with the Planning Board. In this case, it's my understanding that the notification of the resignation was more than 30 days ago to the clerk, and that the Board of Selectmen was notified just now of very recently, of the resignation. The distinction here is that the board, as I understand it, under the laws and speaking with the clerk, the Board of Selectmen would technically have the ability to make an appointment without necessarily having the housing authority, in this case, be part of it. Now, whether or not the board would want to do that is a discussion for the board, but you do also have a letter that indicates the resignation and then also a recommendation for an appointment.
May I, through the chair,
Well, I just
please?
want to ask a question first, thank you. But you said, like, the planning board, but the housing authority isn't an elected position, is it?
Yes.
Yes,
Is it?
yeah.
It is elected board.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Through the chair, normally there's a process too of people who may be interested in the position. Have we let the public know that that position was available?
Not as of yet.
And I would, through the chair, again, suggest that we avail ourselves of that process.
Well, the only problem we have here is we've got a term that's ending in April, so if we take a month to 6 weeks or whatever to get a candidate, then
Shouldn't take that
they're gonna
long.
be, well, we have to advertise it for a few weeks and then get people in and get them interviewed.
But do you have to advertise in the newspaper as opposed to putting it on LCAT or something?
No.
Because we've done that for other boards, and
True.
and we could do a quick turnaround for that.
True, but and also just my personal opinion is if they're recommending someone, once again, if they think this person would be a good fit in the board for effectively 4 months, 5 months, then I really have no problem with their choice, rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak. But I'll leave that up to you folks.
I don't know if it's reinventing the wheel as opposed, I don't want to bypass the public out of that process. That's just my personal opinion,
Okay.
so.
All right. Any comments, sir?
No, I agree with Angela. I think we should put it out to the public.
That's fine.
You know, I mean, because it looks like just someone ended and they got someone to stick in there right away, you know?
Okay. That's fine. So whatever, I don't know what the process is to get the word out. And we have to have a deadline,
Yeah.
obviously.
I just know in the past, with experience with this board, I mean, there's not, it's an elected board, it's an important board, there hasn't been a ton of interest. So that this candidate has shown that he's interested. I mean, it would help speed things up, and it would help the housing authority. However, that is, again, it's totally up to you.
Well, I guess if we, I don't want to say post it, because that's the wrong term, but if we advertise it, then he can apply, and if he's the only one that applies, then, you know, so, all right.
Mr. Chairman, then a question on timing for this. Assuming that the board wants to, well, what does the board want to do for a timing? As far as posting, we can get that done tomorrow. You know, put this on the town's web, as far as putting it on the town's website, LCAT, and the like. Any thoughts as to how long you want to go, go for that? You're meeting right now again on the 9th and the 16th of December.
I'd say advertise it for 2 weeks like we do everything else, huh?
Okay. Through the chair, the reminder, if we get it to them by, what's the deadline to get it?
We would, at this point, be looking at an ad that would be in next week.
Next week. When's the cutoff, just out of curiosity?
It was Monday, I believe.
Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what is as far as the
Okay.
board, what is your pleasure as far as advertising this?
My computer died since our meeting took longer than I thought we would. You got a calendar that I can look at?
Actually, no.
Okay.
Maybe on your phone.
You're not funny. My phone decided to take a swim, and then
Because obviously we don't want to wait too long.
Right.
Because of the
holidays.
Yeah, so if our next meeting's the 9th, if we want to make a decision on the 9th, then have the applications in by, say, the 2nd. Anybody express interest, have it by the 2nd, and then we'll have a week to look at them.
Well, how about even going a little bit past there on the 5th?
Either way,
on
as
that
long as
Friday?
we
Yeah, as long as we have
enough.
it, yeah. So on the 5th, and then if we should get a bunch of, do you want to do interviews on Monday the 8th?
We're going to see who we get. I mean, I don't know if we would do the interviews at the Housing Authority Board.
Well, it would be a joint board. We would both do it.
True.
Like before.
Then that would have to be on the 9th.
Okay, so have deadline for the, either the 5th, and that way you can put it in the reminder for 1 week at least. Actually, 2 weeks. It's actually 2 weeks, so it'll go on the 27th and the 4th. And so the deadline would be the 5th to make a decision on the 9th.
Mhm.
That's what it is, okay.
All right, we'll have to figure. All right.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Deadline on the 5th, that Friday, December 5th.
Okay.
And that way it'll run in the reminder for those 2 Thursdays. And then to discuss it on the meeting that's to take place on December 9th.
All right.
With a possibility maybe the 10th.
Okay. All right. So that's what we'll do with that. So your next item is an update on the clerks.
Yeah.
How many candidates have you had?
There was 22
Wow.
resumes. So
What are you, IT?
What's it? I know. It's good. Like, it's good there's interest like that. So,
Yeah, it is.
yeah, we got it down to
And what is the deadline tomorrow?
the deadline.
Or
The deadline for applying.
for applying?
Oh, it was,
Oh, was, okay.
Passed.
I'm thinking of
Yeah,
something else
passed,
then,
yeah.
all right.
yeah.
So when are we interviewing?
So there are 6 candidates that,
Qualified?
Met the qualifications?
that met the qualifications,
Mhm.
that's qualified for the job. And I did those preliminary interviews, and I've narrowed down to 3.
Okay.
And that's,
Okay.
that's where we're at right now. And if, and by all means, if you want to be involved with the final round of interviews,
Okay.
then I think that makes
I
sense.
really wanted to be in on the front end, but that's okay.
Okay, so you're looking at, once again, either the 9th or the 16th for
Interviews.
interviews. So, if we've already got, well, we'll see about the Housing Authority Board, what we get for applicants.
Mhm.
Because I'm going to go out on a limb and say for a 4-month position, they're not going to get 22 people to apply.
No.
Mhm.
So, if we want, maybe we can put that down for the 9th. Does
Yeah.
that sound, okay, all right,
Can you get those applications to us?
Sure. Absolutely.
all right. Great. I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next we have approval of minutes. I think the July minutes you had some corrections to. Have those been, am I wrong?
Oh, yeah.
Have those been taken care of, do you know?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then we will pass
I'm all
those.
set for the 11th and the 19th.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the open session minutes of August 11th and August 19th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the executive session minutes of August 11th and 19th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, under old business, next thing is budget matters. We got a letter from the chairman of our
Cover that?
Appropriations Committee, not the first part. One thing appropriations is asking us to look into is changing, one of the things is changing employees' health insurance plan to include deductibles, which would save approximately $110,000 in the first year savings. They want us to consider getting rid of our health insurance, which would save part-time elected officials, which would save $75,000 a year. And then an adoption, which would make everybody happy, an adoption of the local meals tax, which I believe is, what is that, 2.5% in addition to what it is now? And that would have generated another $210,000. So that's something for us to definitely consider as we do the budget process, because some of these items, would the, Mr. Barrister, Mr. Donahue, would the change in the health insurance to include deductibles be a negotiable item? Okay. So that's something, as the contracts come up, that that may you know, if we can get the contracts done in a timely manner, that might be part of the budget process, but if they drag on, then that may be something that may not be able to be done, but we'll see.
Mr. Chairman, just if I could, a comment
Yeah.
on that, just to recap on the change, any proposed change in the health insurance. There is a process in place for that. That would be separate from the negotiation
okay.
aspect of it. It
All
would
right.
be it would be its own negotiation with a public employees committee, and there's a whole process to that.
Okay. All right.
The union would be involved on that.
Well, the union absolutely would be involved, and it's sort of a two-part process where there's one committee that all the unions would be notified, but then it comes down to a public employee committee, which is I'd have to go back and look at the formula, but it's virtually all the unions, but it comes up with a weighted average of votes for the union representatives that sit on it when it comes down, sit on that committee. But the point here is that the legislature 2 years ago, I believe 2 years ago, made changes so that collective bargaining would still be involved with the process for any changes for health insurance, but you wouldn't have to negotiate individually with each union to make those changes.
Yeah, through the board.
Mm-hmm.
How will we go about picking that committee, Nick, for that?
The unions pick the committee
They pick their
themselves
own?
because
Okay.
they would select their own representatives. So
All right.
mapping it out, typically what would happen is the Board of Selectmen's office, myself and the staff would work to generate a letter to our latest contacts, or more practically, we would call who the contacts we have are and say, who is your union president? We generate a letter, we send that out to them and say, the Board of Selectmen's in the process of considering these negotiations, and then we're off and running. And then within that, there are a number of minimum deadlines for notification, 2 weeks here, 3 weeks there, depending on where you are in the process. Ultimately, hopefully the negotiations are agreed upon to the point where you have what the savings might be, what the changes are going to be, what the unions are going to support, and you get all of that done fairly soon, late winter, very early spring, and then if it isn't, then there is a process for mediation, wherein the final word of and there's a whole process of picking the mediators and so forth, but hopefully we don't get to that point. But ultimately, something does get decided one way or another, whether it's through the negotiation or through the mediation process.
To the chair, is that documented? Is there a written document that I could use as a reference
for that?
I can
look for that information from the last time and get that to you.
Yeah, I think that.
I
think
guess
we
I
should
would-
all be familiar with that.
What I would ask the board is to consider whether or not and who on the board would be a liaison for this. Because there will be several meetings that are going to occur, so it would be helpful to have a single point of contact from the board to be able to go back to the board to hear not just my perspective as to what happened at the meeting, but to hear from the board as to what happened.
Through the chair, and this is still considered part of the bargaining?
This is indeed bargaining, but
negotiations?
it wouldn't necessarily become part of your negotiations with your individual units.
I got it. I hear you.
Just be like a separate thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be its own negotiation times and people and so forth. Broader.
Actually,
If you don't mind me being consistent on that with the negotiations.
well, I guess I was going to offer to do it because when you get into the other negotiations, you're going to be spending a lot of time.
Okay.
So if that's fine with you guys, I'll do the health insurance.
Yeah, okay.
Twist your arm? All right. The next couple items, the ladder truck and the wreck pickup, we're going to discuss tomorrow. And the last item is the notification.
Through the chair, I sent that letter in.
Yeah.
There's a few points I'd like to just address if I, a minute at a time.
Sure. It's only time, Chief.
It's only time. I know it's late. been a long night.
We're nowhere near done yet.
I know it's early. My last meeting with you folks, there was a bunch of, there was a few questions. So I decided to, try and answer the questions best I could. We talked about how essential the apparatus is, to the operation and the mission of the fire department. One of the things that's crucial that we look at when we're using a ladder truck is not only the height, how high it can go. But he said when the East Long Auto bought that 105-foot ladder truck way back when, is what do you need that for? We do have the industrial park that does have some rather tall buildings, but primarily it's the reach. If you look at the picture on the first page there, that's a building in the industrial park. It's just over 30 feet. Not really conducive for ground ladder work, especially if there's an incident on a roof. We want to get guys up there as quick as possible and as safe as possible. The next page, that picture right there is a typical residential house in East Long Meadow, and that ladder truck reaching the roof, reaching the chimney, which we had a similar incident about a month ago for a chimney fire. That's 105 feet from the street. We are barely reaching that, and that's a ground ladder operation that again is beyond the reach of our standard 24-foot ground ladders. So we talked about some incidents that we had. The ladder for FY14 responded to 113 incidents that year. The ladder was actually put into operation at 10 of those incidents. We talked a little bit about mutual aid. For that same year, it went to Springfield twice, and it went to Summers once. And all of those, the ladder was used. So I don't believe it's an abuse in mutual aid when it comes to that. The ladder truck actually did not go to Long Meadow at all that year. Didn't mean that we didn't go there with an engine company, and vice versa. But and then you folks asked about repair costs. The 10-year total is $121,000. The average is $12,000 a year. We had some spikes in there that brought that average up. If you look at the budget, the percent of the budget, it's definitely
2012 was a tough year.
2012 was a very tough year.
What was that? That was replaced there for the 25,000? Was that one item?
No, I got the list back here. I can. About $8,000 of that was the rear tires and rims. It was a complete replacement. $3,000 was towards the repair of the aerial tip, some of the electronic controls on it, and we had the discussion before. The electronics on the truck are getting tired, and there's no diagnostic on some of the newer equipment now to try and trace some electronic repair. It adds up rather quickly. And then there was just one of the bigger items was a $9,000 repairs to many items after the PM. Some of that was framework, some of that was front end work. So the numbers add up throughout the age of the vehicle as the vehicle is getting older. One of the reasons the department's vehicle budget was increased from 18 to 33 was just because of the amount of money we were spending to maintain it, and that was in FY14 was the first year they brought that up. We did a quick survey of some buildings in town. 155 commercial and industrial buildings in town. 41%, or basically 64 of those buildings, are above the heights that's easily accessed with the fire department's available ground ladders. Many of those are not accessible at all with the ground ladders. Anything over 36 feet for us, basically, actually anything over 33 feet is inaccessible with our ground ladders. We could probably stretch the 36 foot, but it's definitely not a safe operation. I wouldn't subject any of the firefighters to do that. Just for your folks' knowledge, also, the next section talks about the National Fire Protection Association, which develops standards that the firefighters across the country and nationally look towards, to how they determine how they operate the department, how they run their department, and how they purchase equipment and maintain their equipment. And briefly says that a truck that's 10 or 15 years there's been a lot of progress made on these vehicles, and our truck happens to be over the 15-year mark that they recommend that this truck be placed in reserve status. We did look into, doing a complete refurb on that truck, but we're talking, it's almost the price, it's over the price of half of the new truck. So it's not economically feasible. And the last couple of things I want to just leave you.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Why would you have to refurbish that truck? You get that much wrong with it?
To bring it up to today's standards. And that's, I can show you the estimate if you have some time, Bill. There's a lot of bold items in there that when they start taking it apart, we're not sure where it's gonna, what the total number would be for us. And like I say, last thing I want to leave you folks with is, there's a couple different ways of paying for it. I know the town has never, as far as I know, been a big fan. The town accountant, the finance gurus, have never been a big fan of leasing. But I threw the numbers out there. Some fire departments are using this now. They're actually putting it into their operating budgets. And that way, if they lease for 5 years, 5 years from now, they have that money in their account on an annual basis, and they just keep replacing their fleet. I'm not saying that's what I want to do. It's food for thought. And again, if we wait, cost of waiting to purchase the truck, next year we can pretty much guarantee the truck's going to go up about $38,000 to bring it, up over $1.1 million.
Okay, great.
I just want to ask you one question, Paul.
Yep.
You know, back on this other picture you showed us where the ladder's going to the house?
Yep.
What was the distance of that?
That ladder's maxed out 105 feet.
105 feet?
Yep.
You're not allowed to go on the lawns there?
It's definitely not recommended.
Put out a fire? No?
It's not, we're not sure what's on the front lawns. Case in point, when Tommy's Auto Body had their fire back in 1989, the outrigger missed the front well, literally probably by 15 feet. And if that had been any closer, and that, you know a little bit of construction work, actually a lot more than I know, if that had undermined, it could have been a catastrophic accident.
Yeah, well, I asked you too, because that new ladder truck we looked at only went 100 feet.
Right.
So you'd still be short.
Still, right. We'd get us to the roof, the edge of the roof, and then we'd have to work from there, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. That truck, the outrigger stance on that truck is 4 feet narrower. So it's gonna get us 4 foot closer to the street and closer to the house that way.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And also thank you for this information on the ambulance, which is very enlightening.
It's not as much as I anticipated, but it is quite a bit.
51 in 6 months?
I had heard rumors that they were almost one a day there for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Again, we don't respond to medical calls, the fire department. So our knowledge is basically what we're hearing on the radio. Those facts are right from the respective chiefs. I called them directly, and they were able to, within minutes, just pull it up. One of the big things to think about when AMR is not responding is how long does it take Long Meadow to get to town?
Right.
How long does it take Wilbraham to get to town? I mean, unfortunately, their station that has an ambulance is close to the center of Wilbraham. They have the main one on Boston Road, but they also have another one. So if that ambulance is available, it is a short run to certain parts of town. Long Meadow, you got to figure it's an 8-minute response time just to get to the center of town from their station. So if somebody's in cardiac arrest or a serious accident or injury, something to think about.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
But I gotta say, through the chair, when my granddaughter was run over, they had 2 ambulances there like that.
It's all in timing.
On the other end of town,
Yeah. Who was the AMR the ones that showed up? Yeah. Again, it's all in timing, and I mean, the discussion earlier this evening brought it up, so I don't need to rehash old stuff. It's getting late. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Okay. The last item under budget matters is a notification from the MMA about the governor's, the request to oppose any budget cut proposals since the governor's office, in a very timely fashion, announced the $325 million budget deficit the day after the elections. But anyway, they're opposing any effects on local government and the monies that we're receiving. And they also just got a nice chunk of change from the casinos, so it was $190 million or something from a couple of the casinos for their licensing fees. So. But anyway, is there anything formal we have to do with this, Nick?
If the board wanted to contact the local delegation or send letters to that effect, if you want me to draft something up, or if the board wants to just, as individuals, make those contacts, just thought that the board should see this, that it could be a potential mid-year cut.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, could you have, I'm sorry.
Go, no,
could
go
you
ahead.
have Nick draft a letter and then you can sign off on it?
Sure. Why don't you do that, Nick? All right, next item is our meeting schedule. The Board of Selectmen meeting. I assume that's...
Mr. Chairman, that is, again, I know I talked, if I could, just for the board to consider your meeting schedule through the end of the year and into the beginning of the new year. The board, as previously stated, has a schedule of December 9th and December 16th, and then January 6th, notwithstanding tomorrow night's meeting. The question for the board is, after tonight's meeting, your next regular meeting wouldn't be for another 3 weeks. Does the board want to consider holding a meeting which would be in effect 2 weeks after tonight, sometime either the week of December 1st, keeping in mind that December 2nd is the Appropriations Committee meeting with department heads and everyone else interested in the budget process for the next year. So that's the first question. Does the board want to consider having a meeting the week of December 1st?
That would be in lieu of the 9th?
No, that would be in addition to the 9th.
So we're meeting 3 weeks in a row?
You would be meeting 3 weeks in a row.
Is it necessary?
That's, yeah, do you expect that heavy an influx of items that would need?
Well, I think 3 weeks in between, the board is seeing the effects of that this evening. There's a number of appointments that sort of back up. Whether or not that's a concern, I can't say.
Well, I guess
you also have talked about potential interviews on the 9th now for clerk's office position of 3 candidates, and then whatever number of candidates along with as a joint appointment committee with East Long Meadow Housing Authority. So,
so that one,
and then depending on the board's, I don't anticipate and wouldn't want to have to say there would be an emergency reason for other meetings, but again, I'm bringing this up to see if the board wants to go to 2 weeks or to hold it for 3 and just see, what it brings. It is an option for the board. Right now, I don't believe we have anything that would be scheduled for December 1st.
Right.
Okay. Any thoughts?
I might not be here.
About December 1st?
I'm coming back December 1st.
Okay. And a second is the...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I have a signal from Mr. Mackey. If you could take a moment to replace a cartridge.
Sure. I could take a 1-minute recess.
Someone.
Yeah,
Is there a second?
Make a fast call and see what time I'll be home.
Second?
I might be home in the morning.
All in favor? Wait, we're going to make a recess.
All of it?
Aye.
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 We're back in session. What do we use up, like the 3-hour tape?
200 minutes.
Jeez, okay.
Okay, so then the board at this point is looking to have the meetings December 9th and 16th as scheduled.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that helps with the planning,
Okay.
so thank you. Then the next one I would ask the board to consider is you have a meeting, and this sort of relates to the budget matters. So the Board of Selectmen is notified that the Appropriations Committee is handing out their budget instructions on December 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to know from the board is when should the board's department heads be expected to turn in their budgets for the board to start taking a look at those?
I don't mean to
And
interrupt you.
it-
Didn't we discuss this and we chose the 16th?
You want them in for the
Giving-
16th, so
giving
you
them
want
2
them in for the
weeks?
12th?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the next question is then, is the board prepared to set a date for a Board of Selectmen meeting with their department heads to discuss those budgets, knowing that the department heads have to turn those in by January 13th to the Appropriations Committee? Or at least that's what I expect will be the date. So the question is, the board has a regular meeting on January 6th. Does the board want to consider scheduling a meeting with its department heads? Typically, the board has had a separate meeting to discuss budgets with their department heads. So this would be proposed between January 7th and the 12th.
Can't do it the 5th?
Or, I guess, or the
I just wondered,
5th.
that's Monday, January
It's
5th.
Monday?
Yeah. I'm guessing because Tuesday the 6th, the Council on Aging, the Appropriations has a meeting. They have them on Tuesdays. I guess that's, so I'm thinking if we want to meet with them on the 5th, because what we have to consider is if there's something in the budget that doesn't meet with our approval, we'd want to get it corrected, even if it's individually with our liaisons by the 13th. Although we have to approve them all, don't we?
We should.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Anybody
it sounds
busy
like the
Christmas?
5th.
What?
You can forget that. You can fit that right there. Because even they don't meet in December.
Well, if the board met on the 5th and there were changes that needed to be made, the board would meet on the 6th. And you could expect that the department heads would have the revised ones back to you, perhaps that, in time for that meeting.
True.
Unless the board says, department head, make this change, and your budget's approved with that change in there.
Then we can do that
What
too,
ab- what
depending on the
about-
change.
What about, excuse me, through the chair, the 29th, that Monday?
December?
Mm-hmm.
29th of
December. What's that look like for you, Billy?
And then if there's any changes, they
And
can
then
bring it
change
back
it, we
on
can
the
do it on the
6th.
6th, yeah.
So that would be a, yeah, right there. So that would be, let's see, so we meet with them on the 29th, make any changes, and they could come back on the 6th if there's any changes, and we could then get them ready, and they could give them in for the, that's fine. I don't think that's a problem.
Is that what?
Is that a problem with you?
I'm still opening presents on the 29th.
Well, just because more people like you than us.
Yeah, 29th's okay with me.
All right, yeah, that's fine then.
So the meeting will be on the 29th.
Yes, Monday the 29th.
And that's just for, with the department heads, right?
For the budgets.
And that'll give us a couple weeks, actually, 13 days to look at them, so, okay. Now, as far as the appropriations calendar, Nick, that's just here for our,
Right, so on there, what I wanted to point out to the board are a couple of dates. Just be, if the board could be mindful that there are a couple of dates in here that they have set aside to meet with the departments under the board's authority. In particular, January 27, IT and COA.
okay.
And then
10th
the
of February.
10th of February, right, recreation, and then looking at the 10th of March, another big meeting between the boards. So that's, that's their plan.
I see they have a meeting scheduled the day of the town election.
Yes, and they intend to, it's my understanding that they intend to keep that schedule.
All right. 6. Okay, all right.
So what was that last date we got?
Well, we should have a schedule. Yeah, it's just. All right, so now we're on to the Regional Emergency Call Center, I believe. And there's an update.
I just would report to the board that Selectman Thorpe, myself, Chief Mellis, who joined us, and then Chief Morissette and Sergeant Manning were all present. That last Monday there was a day-long interview session with 7 candidates for the to do the study, and ultimately the committee chose a firm by the name of J.D. Hunter to conduct the study. My understanding is that contract documents, it was a not-to-exceed fee. It's all grant-funded, and they are going to be the firm to conduct the study. There's going to be a meeting next Tuesday in Long Meadow with the committee again to talk about, with J.D. Hunter, about the plan going forward. It's a very aggressive timeline to get the information and get everything back. I think it's January 31st is the date that they're supposed to be submitting a report, preliminary report, and then also talking about public meetings to take a look at the feasibility study by around mid-February or so. And so that was over in Long Meadow last week.
Okay. All right. And also we've got a letter from the IBPO expressing their concerns regarding the regionalization of the dispatch center.
Have any of us contacted them?
I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe we should.
All right. Next, we have a notification of animal control officer certification for Melissa Legacy, our alternative animal control officer. We've got
She graduated.
Yeah, go ahead. It's from the Animal Control Officers Association of Massachusetts, which is given at the Municipal Police Training Academy in Boylston. Oh, it was 2 months almost? 3 months almost?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Mr. Chairman, this is a 12-week, I believe, course that she had to go once a week, and also as part of the new laws that were passed, I believe, 2 years ago, for certifications as a requirement now for animal control officers. So we have both our full-time and our alternate are certified ACOs.
Okay, great. Next item is it's just the notification. We have to sign the liaison policy.
Okay.
So I assume we have a copy for us to sign at some point, or somewhere.
Yes.
And then the next item, we've got a bunch of people that have been, the 60-day appointments. That we should probably take care of.
Through the chair?
Yep.
I was still looking to see, I was trying to find out where there were descriptions and trying to pull things together with regards to some of our boards as well as some of these appointed positions. I have not found the one for the parking clerk yet. The plumbing, I did go back and look. There was a change in the reason that was on hold was there was a change in the way that it was reported, and it seems to be fine. The town council, I'm fine with that, extending that. With regards to the emergency management director, I'd like to see if it is the pleasure of the committee. We were supposed to revisit and check to see if maybe making that a co-director, but I'd like to have more conversations with our current director, Anthony Gentile, before that.
He's actually here.
And he said that he was kind of open to it, but did you want to have a discussion now? Okay.
Good morning. Thanks for your patience.
Okay. All right.
what did you have for me?
I wasn't prepared to have that
Oh,
discussion
okay.
right now. I
Oh,
know it goes
I'm
until
sorry.
January, and so.
Is that what it's going to do? Because mine was.
Well,
up
It's
on
6
Oc-
months.
It was up on October.
It's June.
It started in July,
Yeah,
and so
August-
from July and from 6 months from July would be
It was actually
January.
August 5th. It was 60-day extension again, or it was a 60-day extension from August 5th, and my term was actually up October 5th.
Yeah, because
It wasn't 60 days, it was supposed to be 6 months.
These are actually technically till June 30th, so all these.
No, it's 6 months from the time that we voted on it.
Okay, because the card that I got, it was
It should have said 6 months.
No,
The vote was for 60 days through the chairman.
Okay.
It was supposed to be for 6 months.
It was voted as 60 days.
All right, so now what is the question with,
review that.
now everyone else on this list, so is it, what is the discussion that you were thinking of having a co-management
Yeah,
director?
would you be interested in that?
No, the problem well, it's.
Well, to go back, we were supposed to, as a board, we were supposed to review, and it was supposed to, every year, we were supposed to put it out, and we didn't put it out. And so that's why it was extended. But go ahead, if you're not interested.
Well, I
in
think they meant, it's supposed to be put out if the position is open. I
No,
know.
That's not how
No,
I took it.
so it's not, okay, I thought every year that as long as the emergency management director was
Mhm.
in good standing, they would be reappointed like any other board or commission.
We've been doing things just a little bit different.
Okay, that's okay. As far as a co-chair, or co-directors, they really can't work that way. There's a chain of command, if you
Okay.
will.
Mhm.
You have somebody in charge, second in command, third and fourth. And with the NIMS, the incident command system, you can only have one person actually in charge of one thing. So as far as that, I would say I would not like that to happen. I would not go that route.
Okay.
Again, we need one person. If we had two people in charge of the same thing,
No, you just said something different just a few moments ago.
I said I would be open to discussion, and then, of course, more I was
okay.
thinking about it, I thought about, if I had one decision to make and the other person had another decision, how would that get made?
Especially in a crisis.
Yeah, exactly, and you want to have one person making the decision, and then it going down
Okay.
through that way. That's how
Okay.
I feel.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
So,
All right, so if that is the case, then I guess we would move, I would look for us to go ahead and start that process that we had spoke of before with reevaluation.
Of?
Because I know that there were two, and I know that maybe they do it every other year. I think there were two great candidates.
I think, when did you come on board?
November 26th is when I was,
Of last year?
yes.
Okay, so
of
you haven't been
2013.
there a year, okay.
Yeah, no, I haven't been there a year.
All right, and I know that, I think I know who the other candidate is, and I think, obviously, I don't know, we voted on it, I don't know,
And there was the three of us, and to be reviewed again when it came up.
okay, so when is yours, so you're technically done,
He's done.
you're up
I
now?
guess
October
if it
5th was what, yeah.
Yeah, if it
Okay.
was 60 days
And
instead of 6 months.
has anyone else applied for it this year?
We haven't put it out.
Okay.
I just think.
Is this, is this, just out of curiosity, this is something that's, on an annual basis, we put these out, and just so, for my benefit, the different board and commission reappointments.
Historically, I believe, and Nick can correct me, but I think historically, unless there was an issue with the board or department who was being involved, their appointment normally was more or less brought up before the board. Unless there was an issue, reappointments were made.
Okay. All right, so
But
usually...
that's my understanding, but it could be different.
All right. Well, let's do the, obviously, if this is something that you want to look into, that's fine. I have no problem with you, the job you've done.
Oh,
so.
I have no problem with the job that he's done either. That's
but I
not the
just-
point at all.
The thing too is I have a few things that I'd like to do, and if I'm not going to be here in 3 months, then I don't really want to start doing them until, you know what I mean? So I have a few that everybody can get in on, and I just feel that if, I don't know if I'm going to be here in 2 months or 3 months, and why would I really want to get involved in that? So it's kind of, to me, I feel like I don't want to say underappreciated, but I just feel like that I have so much to offer, and why would I want to start it when I don't even know if I'm going to be here?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Right.
So that's where I come from. So.
And as Mr. Donahue said, normally there's no changes unless there is a problem with
Right.
with the director, so.
And what I would say to that, through the chair, is that when the appointment was made, I did, if you want to review that tape, I did specify that we would be reviewing it the next year that it came up, and it was agreed that it would be.
Okay.
And so that's what I was operating on, so.
Okay, well, that's fine.
I
We can
mean,
review it, but I think we should do it fairly soon, so.
I agree. I agree.
All right. So,
Well, what are we, this is November.
so obviously, technically, we're running without an emergency management director.
Right, and that's not
Technically,
good.
yeah.
So do you want to extend it for 3 months?
And we could do that, I suppose.
Yeah, I think I could reconcile myself with that. And that gives us an opportunity to go ahead and go through and figure out.
All right, and then we'll have someone else will, is this an annual thing based on fiscal year or based on when you're appointed?
On, I think, June 30th.
Yeah, June 30th.
Okay, so we're gonna go 3 months with you, which will bring us to February, and if we replace you, they're gonna be there from February to June 30th. Okay. That's sort of like compounding matters, but anyways.
I know, I'm
I'd like to make a motion to extend the emergency management director 90 days.
So moved.
And now, is that from today, or is that from the date, the October?
I would probably pick the date that you want it to end and have the appointment run until that date. So if you were going to say 90 days and it's going to be sometime in February,
So,
pick the appointment to run until whatever that date is.
what's the last day in February? 28th this year, 29th? Oh, yeah. I think it's coming in handy.
Yeah. February, you want?
Yeah, 15. So 28th, so yeah, which is, okay, extend the appointment of the emergency management director to February 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is there a, so moved?
I moved it.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Now, is everyone else on this
Thanks,
list that
thanks,
doesn't
Tom.
have a 60 next to them all set?
Everybody else is all set, it's
Okay.
just those with the 60.
Okay, so you said you have a question about the parking clerk?
Yeah, I don't see the job description with it. I haven't been able to find it. Is there, where is it? And do we create one?
I don't know, how many years have we had a parking clerk?
I don't know.
Well, I'm asking Nick.
I believe it was established by town meeting vote. I don't have when it was. I can tell you that the Board of Selectmen office has housed that position, and that currently Lorraine has acted as the parking clerk for, I don't know, better than 8 years, 10 years.
Okay.
Okay.
The general description of it is to review any parking tickets, and if the people want to have a hearing, then she arranges for a hearing to be scheduled. She conducts the hearing, and as necessary, the officer that wrote the ticket or a stand-in will also attend the hearing.
And how often has that happened in the last 10 years? Okay. All right. I don't know if that explanation is satisfactory.
It is, but I'd like to see it, as I'm trying to get things together so that it's
Okay, but
in writing. I think we need to have that, so.
can we vote on it?
Yeah,
That
absolutely,
description? All right.
absolutely.
What do you vote now?
So Lorraine can continue to be the parking
Oh,
clerk.
okay.
Now, do we want to do that for the
That'll
rest
go
of?
until June 30th.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to have Lorraine Vanspach continue as parking clerk till June 30th, 2015.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just to make sure that we get that description so that we have all of them together.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And next, I'd like to make a motion to extend Anthony Curto as a plumbing, gas, septic tank inspector to June 30th.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
None.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And last but not least, I'd like to make a motion to extend Town Council James Donahue till June 30th, 2085, not to 2015.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Abstain?
Nice.
Not second.
Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful. Be careful what you wish for.
I thought there was 2 others that are missing from here, but I'll look into that later.
And the next is we have this conference training request form that I believe we're going to give to our department heads.
We haven't done that? That was done last year.
Well, it's right here. Nick, I
Yeah.
don't know, is this
What
the
is
final
that?
product?
This has just been a holdover. I don't believe I have really any direction from the board on it.
Yeah.
Well, I know we
voted on
discussed it.
that a long
I know we
time ago.
discussed it. We just discussed it recently, actually, if I remember correctly, like last
But
month.
to vote to approve it as is?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, let's
You
do a
can check on
revote.
it. All right.
But
Let's,
through the board?
Yep.
yeah.
I think these are being made out after they go instead of before, right?
No, this is supposed to have been made prior to. And I haven't seen them, but I guess the reason we haven't seen them is because they haven't been issued.
Yeah,
But I
prior
certainly through the chair, if you make that motion, I mean,
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the conference training request form.
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
And that's to take place immediately?
You sure? Yep.
Okay.
New business, we have a request from St. Paul's Apostle Church, one-day liquor license, Sunday, November 30th, 2014, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Social Hall at St. Paul's Church, 235 Dwight Road, in conjunction with a fundraiser, and they have insurance on file. Is there a motion to approve the one-day liquor license?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
There's a request from the J.C.'s. First request is for a J.C.'s Pasta Supper, Friday, November 21st, 2014, from 5 to 8 p.m. Is there a motion to accept the request for the Pasta Supper?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. B is a request, is there a motion to approve a temporary food service permit at the United Methodist Church, 215 Summers Road? The temporary food service application is approved by Don Toon, our health agent, and the event is in conjunction with the J.C.'s fundraiser.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And there's a request from the J.C.'s for the J.C.'s Christmas tree sale at the J.C. building and utilize the upper level of Veterans Memorial Field for the weekends of November 28th, November 30th, December 5th, December 7th, and December 12th, December 14th. The hours will be Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'd like to make a motion to accept the Christmas tree sale, and the recommendations have been received from police, fire, DPW, and recreation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
There is a second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And this is in conjunction, this is a fundraiser for the fireworks display, just to let you know. Also, is there a motion, I'd like to make a motion to accept a temporary food service permit for the same dates and times for the J.C.'s event. The temporary food service application has been approved from our health agent, Don Toon.
Oh, so moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, there's a petition for a poll location.
Okay. The poll location, that's something to discuss.
Okay, there was a hearing on last Friday.
The last Friday. And what had happened was there was an error in the posting of the name of the poll, not the location. The location was right, but the numbering for their internal use was incorrect.
Okay.
And so I was at that hearing, and so what they're asking us to do is just go ahead and, if it meets with your approval, we'll just go ahead and approve it, and otherwise...
With the change, with the
With the
correct-
changes. I did check with council, and council said that it was okay, that it was just a poll, as long as it wasn't the location. And I wasn't sure whether or not we would have to have another hearing, since the information that went out to the public with the wrong poll number, whether or not we had to redo the hearing. But I since spoke to council, and council said we do not, so we can approve that.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the petition for the poll location National Grid on Parker Street with petition number 160-34663 with the correct poll number.
1350, 13-50.
13-50.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
That's what the poll, no.
They had on there 23-50 for the poll number, but it's 13-50.
And you would know about that.
It's right on the diagram, but it's
Yeah.
wrong on the,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
notification that went out to the public
Yeah, how many
and our
poll-
notice.
You know how
Yeah.
many poll numbers are wrong?
Oh, well, I obviously didn't.
All right.
But I just want to make sure we were letting our public know correctly.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And next item is for approval of 2015 liquor licenses. Do we get to sign all those?
All these?
Or is it-
The board, what I would ask the board is, we have them available for the board to sign, to come in and sign.
Okay.
Over the, next couple of days if you can.
Okay.
Ideally by the end of the week, but
All right.
even if it's next Monday, that would be all right. We put down approval here really just to notify the board that they were ready. You have a listing of what they are. There's been no reports from the chief about any issues that are with the license holders. Some years the board takes a vote to approve them, some years the board doesn't. So I just,
Yeah, I don't think
whatever the board's pleasure.
Yeah, we'll be signing them, and they're already all set, so I don't think we have to approve them formally. All right, we're on to the Board of Health.
We're hurting for the Board of Health.
Your favorite?
We're down to 1 day a week with the present Board of Health person. And we put this out, is this the up-to-date list, Nick?
Yeah, so it didn't occur to me, frankly, to put the list together until this afternoon, and so that's why you have that. But it is, and actually technically the applications are allowed to come in until tomorrow. That's the
That's
closing
what I was
date.
thinking.
So that was in the anticipation of a meeting next week. So anyway, unless there's some sort of big rush, what you have is, where you are at the moment is with
And two of these-
six potential candidates.
Yeah.
There were 2 additional inquiries, but I don't expect that they'll, come back and say, here's my application. You can see, I put in a little bit of a summary next to each of the candidates. I have I sent the applications to you electronically. I didn't make copies of them because I figured maybe the board would have some discussion this evening about where you are with this search at this time.
Well, just for a matter of information, we had a fire at Stop and Shop the other day. I got called out 5:45 to go over there, and I had to close the store down. But that shouldn't be my job. But I had no choice because a Board of Health person, couldn't come in till later during the morning. So then, what I did, I called her and I met with her and went back there, to recertify what I had told them to do. Because I don't have the experience at the Board of Health person, but I gotta say, this board gotta get together. We gotta get a permanent Board of Health person here before we get in trouble. Because we're gonna be in trouble here if we don't get someone permanent.
I agree.
And everybody I talked to, the reason we can't keep one is because of the low pay, the hours, no mileage. And, that's what it's about. I call Amy to see what she's gonna send me a thing on what she would do to keep a job like this. And I know what the others, want, but we gotta do something better than what we're doing, because since I've been here, I don't know, 8 months, 5th Board of Health person. And every time I go there, we got someone new. That's why, just like out to Dickie Turnberg there, I've been out there with three different people, So I don't know, we're gonna have to get together and do something about this.
But we've got, through the chair, we've got till tomorrow's the deadline?
Tomorrow's the deadline. Certainly, if the board wants, I can provide you with an update tomorrow night.
If
Anybody else submitted anything.
Do we have room on the 9th for interviews, or is that too
We're
much?
already
You can
doing.
force it.
Yeah, because depending on how many qualified people we get.
Yeah.
Well, according to this list, we only got one right now, huh, Nick? And that
Two.
person lives in Westminster, I think,
Yeah.
hour and a half away.
But she applied, so she knows where we are.
Right. But not
Yeah.
through the chair, but the problem is, you get a fire and Stop and Shop at 6 in the morning. She's an hour and a half
That's what I'm
drive,
saying.
so
I
she's, you know,
We had
by the
this
time she
lady,
gets here, the fire's out, so to speak.
I mean, the one we got now lives in Sturbridge, and she
Yeah.
couldn't make it, you know?
Yeah, true. Well, we'll see what comes in tomorrow, and then
right.
we can discuss it
Make a
quickly tomorrow
decision.
night and see if we have to bring people in on the night.
Am I putting this on the agenda as a topic for tomorrow?
Yes. Well, we're trying to keep it minimal, but yeah.
We can hold with what we got for a while, Nick, if you wanna, if it's gonna clog us up for dates.
I would say, so, depending, excuse through the chair, depending who you get, we certainly, it would be a long meeting on the 9th, but certainly, there's an urgency there, so I wouldn't, if we have somebody to interview, or a couple of people that are qualified candidates and they're willing to take it on,
Yeah.
I say you move forward, but I mean, that if that's the pleasure of the board. But you gotta get somebody in there.
Oh, yeah, we definitely do.
Because the longer that position goes without being filled, the work is backing up.
Yeah.
Because one day a week is definitely not gonna, I can't imagine that she's doing anything but just putting out
We're just doing the
little
hit
fires.
and miss
Exactly.
right now.
Exactly, so.
So, I'm, still don't have a clear direction as to what's going on.
We'll find out if anyone applies tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm going through the chair.
No, go ahead.
We'll find out if anybody else applies tomorrow. If not, we'll have our list. If they are, we can add them to the list, and then we'll see who we want to interview, and if it ends up, if it ends up being just really one candidate, then that might make it easy.
Yeah,
But
right.
I don't want to rule out anyone else yet, so. But we will do something on the 9th as far as interviews for
Or
a health agent, or appointing, yeah.
appointment,
Interviews or appointments.
So that probably means, through the chair, that we'll probably end up having to have an earlier meeting. They start a little earlier on the 9th.
Let's see what yeah,
happens?
we'll see how.
3 o'clock.
how- I was thinking break out the cots from the emergency management. All right. All right, next you got the 9/28.
Okay, Nick. The next thing we got is Republic Service Community Funds.
Yeah.
We're gonna come up with some items that we wanna spend that money on.
I don't have the proposals, but Nick, our next meeting on the 9th, is that too late to present? One of the things that I'd like to see added for consideration is possibly a PA system for our veterans. We had their service for Veterans Day this past week, and their PA system really could use, even if it's something of just getting maybe a Bose or something that could help them out, and I think that would be something that could be placed on our list of.
Yeah, because it was terrible.
Is that the one speaker?
Yeah,
The one speaker with the microphone?
And then they had
but it kept making a noise.
and then it would go out, and I think our veterans, deserve
a little
a
better,
dignified
yeah.
service, and maybe that's something that we can consider. I don't think that would cost, we've got more than
Well,
enough
yeah, I'd
to
say
do.
we got
It's
the
such
money
a
to
small
spend,
thing,
so-
Would I
yeah.
like to make a suggestion if each one of us comes with a list of
Sure.
you might want next
Sure.
time?
A wish list, yeah.
All right.
Okay, proposals. That sounds like a plan. Okay.
All right, next item.
Well, the next item, I might as well take this, huh? This is a request to consider regulation for Heritage Park for a smoke-free zone.
And she has waited so long, too.
Huh?
The young lady has
The
waited.
young lady's here, you want to come up?
I mean, if you want to invite her up. Sure.
What is your name?
Amy, good evening.
Hi, Amy. Nice to meet
Amy, thank you so much for staying. Oh, sure thing.
Amy, you were over there, was that Children's Day or something? I mean, because I noticed all the dates that the people signed this were all the same day.
No, they actually weren't, it's over 5 days.
Yeah.
If you, I have the petition here. If you like to
Oh,
look.
yeah,
It was the
okay, yeah.
7th, it was the 8th, it was the 9th,
And 11th?
and it was the 10th and the 11th.
Yeah.
And that was just a very short time that I was over there. It was for an hour each of those days in the evening. It was 4 o'clock to about 5 to when it got dark. As you can see, you have about 18 registered voters here in East Long Meadow that sort of support that, but you have quite a few other folks there that would like to see it smoke-free. It just seems like it's a natural extension of what's already in place here for our schools. And we all know the secondhand smoke is no good, but there's other things that kind of go with that. There's the cigarette butts that are thrown that children can, I mean, my daughter plays there, and times that she's fallen, she's gotten those things stuck to her clothes, and kids put things in their mouths, and that makes children very sick. And there's some environmental effects that go along with those things. Those cigarette butts are not biodegradable. They might break down, but they're there for those lovely swans to eat, and the fish and all those good things. So I think that it is just a natural extension of what we already have in place. I'd ask the board to go ahead and make a regulation. If you would like, I can put it together myself and present it to you in your next meeting, even before that, so you can review it if you would like. There are already 39 towns that in the Commonwealth that have that in place. Boston, sister over there in Holyoke, you know, I think it's just, I think we're all kind of starting to move in that direction. We just need to get it going.
If I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
Can we, Mr. Barrister, can we do a spot smoke-free zone at Heritage Park and exclude other parks, or would it have to be townwide?
Well,
I just don't want to get into any trouble with, you know.
the Board of Health has the authority to do it, but the issue really becomes any decision or regulation that the board adopts is adopted based on public safety, public well-being, and public health. So that to designate one open area as smoke-free and not designate another similar area in the community as smoke-free, it's hard to justify why the determination would be made on a health basis. So your regulation would be subject to challenge for the lack of inclusiveness.
And if you would, the petition here does state located in the town of East Long Meadow, all playgrounds, children's playgrounds. So this is including the entire town. I just happen to go to Heritage Park, so I'm not asking it to be exclusive to just Heritage Park. I would ask the consideration to be all parks and playgrounds. And if children are in session at soccer fields, then that be made, you know, within 50 feet of a soccer field if there's a sporting event going on for kids.
And I not through the chair, not to interrupt you, but I think the schools are already covered because I believe you can't smoke on school property. So that excludes any fields at the high school and Birchland and whatnot. So we're talking about Heritage, center field. Where else? Because I don't know if you can do anything over at like Hasbro because that's a private facility.
Through the,
Yep, Baba Trangizi Park.
through the chair, are all of our public buildings smoke-free?
I believe they are. I believe your regulations require that now.
So,
Amy, I gotta ask you a question.
Yes.
Are the mothers of these kids the ones smoking?
You do have a couple, but I will say that there are some mothers that signed this petition that are smokers, and that said absolutely they abstain from that when they're in their cars with their children, when they are in parks. But I will say that there are a few that do not take that into consideration, and to each his own, you know. But if there is something there and something in place, and perhaps that is attached with a non-criminal sort of fine or citation that goes along with that, I think that, and if it's posted, I think the community would support that. There are also, I'm from Cape Cod originally. I moved out here about 5 years ago. So my husband could finish graduate school. 11 of our beaches there are now smoke-free. That's enforced by the lifeguards. It's enforced by the police and things of that nature. And people support it. You would be very, very surprised about how many people have really come around to support those efforts.
Do you know in other parts you say that got smoke-free, how they enforce it?
Yes, they post their signs. Health agents can enforce that. park rangers, lifeguards for beaches, enforce that sort of thing. I think it would be tricky, you know, I mean, you don't have your resources, like you were hurting for a health agent, so you certainly don't have somebody to be sitting down there. But I think it is worth the effort, and it's worth to at least post. People, I think, are mindful of that. I think they are respectful of that when it's seen. I don't think a lot of folks that are smoking down there are really thinking about it, but I think some mothers and some fathers and folks that go there would be comfortable pointing to a sign saying, you know what, it's just not here. Go to your car. I'm not asking for, you know, maybe it's 50 feet within a children's playscape or anything like that. I think many towns are moving in that direction, and so I don't think it's an unreasonable request.
Do we rent that place out for parties and stuff?
We do I believe the
Yes, the
pavilion gets rented out. Yeah.
And then you have your fishing derby that's down
Yeah.
there, so you have children with their families that are down there. And I've got to say, like, the trash, it's going to cut down on your litter. It is everywhere. It's down by the pond, it's up near the playground, it's all over the park, it's just, so.
If I may, through the chair, I'm wondering if, because obviously, if we do this, it's going to be tough for it to be policed by the town, if you will.
Right.
For various reasons. But I know like with the dog park, they sort of have an honor system and they sort of police themselves. So I'm wondering if that might happen with, you know, if you've got, say, all your group of parents there and I'm there and I light up a cigarette, you might just go up and, you know, in a nice way say, this is a no smoking zone. And that might just sort of keep it going, you know, sort of perpetuate it, and then people will start to realize that, you know, that they can't smoke there. So it might even be self-patrolling, if you will.
And I think that might happen as long as it's posted, saying that there's no smoking. I think we have to take the step to say that it is a no smoking zone, and then I think, yes, the policing could happen. And that's, sorry, through the chair.
In other towns, I'm sure, do not sit people down there at their parks. I know for sure that there's no resources on those beaches on the Cape to do that. But people see it and they honor it. And then you will have those people that will not be mindful of that, and that's okay too. But at least we're making an effort to make this a little bit safer for some children, because I have taken my kids out of there many of times, because, and you don't want to be that mom that takes your child away from another one that's playing. But I'm gonna, if somebody's got a cigarette right in their face. This is gonna happen, so.
You know what I'd like to do, Amy, if it's okay with the board, is meet you out there, and I'd like to walk around there and see where that is, and then we can make a determination.
Sure. Good idea.
You know, I like, because I really don't have a good idea of where that is or where you're talking about, so I'd like to walk it with you.
Sure.
But I'd meet you out there whatever
That would
day
be
you'd like to
fine.
meet me. And
Are you available on Fridays? Fridays are a
this
good
Friday,
day?
I'd have to look at my calendar.
Okay, or a
No,
Saturday, or?
mine at home, because we're bombed this week, but why don't I give you my phone number, and you
Okay.
can call me,
That would be fine.
okay,
We
and
could
then,
kind of go from there.
all right? Okay, 525?
Is it area code 413?
Yeah. 525-7101. That's my home phone, that way you can leave a message if I'm not home, and I'll call you right back.
And we'll go from there. So we'll take a walk around the property.
Yeah.
And we'll see what that's all about,
Yeah.
and then we'll sort of.
Then I can come back to the board and give you a better idea of,
Yep.
just what we want to do there.
Yeah, see how many cigarette butts and stuff are on the ground, besides
Well-
people smoking, so.
Yeah.
Through the chair, even if there were no cigarette butts there, I still think it's, and it's just my opinion, I still think it's a good idea to go forward with making it a smoke-free zone for our children. And I'm glad we're moving on this.
I hope so, because I think it would be, it would be difficult to see why we wouldn't move in that direction. It really would be. To me, I understand that we need to be sensitive to everybody. We want people to feel welcome.
Absolutely.
We want everybody to feel like they can
We
come
do
to a
want-
park and enjoy, but not at the cost of children having to leave because they have asthma or all of those other things that come with secondhand
Yeah,
smoke.
we've all
So
read the
we
reports on
don't need to
secondhand
hash it
smoke.
out because it's quite obvious. But
Absolutely.
yes, so maybe we can set up a time and we can
Yeah.
walk about and
All right.
go from there.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
all right.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
And you do have a copy of that petition, or do you folks need a copy?
Yeah, I got one here.
You have it, okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Hey,
work.
Mr. Donahue, or Jim, I'd just like to ask you a question. If we put up signs there, do we have to go, can we just go through the police station or how will we do it if someone's caught, they're fined? How will we enforce that?
Well, if it's a Board of Health regulation, then it's going to be enforced the way your other regulations are enforced, which usually are through tickets through your health agent.
So it'd be through the health agent? All right.
And if this is something that we are strongly considering, I can certainly, Pittsfield just went smoke-free, parts Worcester, Boston, towns are all over the place are doing this. So this is not a foreign thing. So if we need to get together information on how it is enforced and how we need to post things and all that good stuff, the groundwork's already laid out for us. We just need to go ahead and post it and kind of move from there.
Okay.
So, okay?
Okay, yeah, so give me a call.
I will.
Okay,
And,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, very nice to meet you.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for your concern. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you. Be concerned about our children.
You bet. Take care. You too.
All right. And you got one item left, there, number 30.
What is that? There's this here, we got that. Draft pumpkin, oh, that's that. That's that letter you get?
No, this is the proclamation.
Notice of a proclamation for signature.
All right. So you've got it.
For signature?
All right.
Do we need to vote, on it?
That was one of those letters we got?
Board could, or?
I think if we're making a proclamation for the town and we're signing it, we should be voting in favor of it, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to make a motion to
Do we want to read the proclamation?
declare November.
When is it, November or what?
It's a whole month.
Oh, the whole month?
Yeah. Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month.
I'd like to make a motion for draft up proclamation declaring November Pancreatic Cancer Aware Month.
So moved.
Second. Second?
Second.
Discussion.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
This is near and dear to me. My sister-in-law just recently passed from pancreatic cancer, and it is something that is unknown, and it's wonderful that this proclamation has come up to name it the pancreatic, how are they calling it? PAM? They call it PAM?
I don't know, it doesn't say on here, this is Pancreatic Cancer
Pancreatic
Awareness Month.
Cancer Awareness Month, but they called it something else in the proclamation itself. And so it's a little late, but I'll take it. November's almost over, but we'll take that.
Now you gotta vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, now we're down to Town Council, who's been patiently waiting. As the only person who enjoys this is Ralph.
Did rigor mortis say that?
How are you?
I'm good.
All right, so we've got, I'm gonna guess 31 is executive.
The first two items, 31 and 32, are both collective bargaining items. One is union collective bargaining, the other is non-union. Those are both,
okay.
Those 5 items would all be executive session. The
33.
TEU holiday request, I had thought that had been resolved.
Yeah, I thought it was
the board
resolved, too.
was going to respond to the union, indicating that it's a management's right to determine when the town hall is open or closed, and that the board would make that determination as it felt was in the best interest of the community closer to the time of the event.
Okay.
But not making it a issue of bargaining. It's not something that you wanted to bargain about.
Yeah, we don't want to set a precedent.
But through the board, I just like to bring up, we gotta notify people well ahead of time now, if we're not gonna do it or we're gonna do it. Because like we got Thanksgiving coming up.
Right.
That's when, next week?
Well, the day after Thanksgiving, the town hall's closed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're all set there?
Yeah. was it Christmas and New Year's fall on Thursdays
Mm-hmm.
this year, so.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, was put back on there from the discussion at the last meeting to bring it back on to see if the board was ready to make a determination or not. That's why it's on here.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
Which I thank you for doing that, Nick, because, out
Yeah.
of respect to the people, we got to let them know one way or another.
Again, it was something that was the discussion from the last meeting.
Right.
Thank you.
I thought it was a done deal.
What's that, I don't think we decided yes, yay or nay. What's the feeling of the,
Do we have to make a decision tonight?
well, what's the feeling of the board as far as I know you mentioned, and I've thought many times, you're gonna get a heck of a lot of work out of the people on the 26th and the 2nd. So, it's up to you folks whether you want to do it now or if you want to hold off until the meeting of the 9th or
Yeah,
something.
we're meeting on the 9th, so.
Yeah, like,
And I'd like to see some numbers behind that too.
Regarding?
How much it would cost.
Because I think that's, not that it's something set in stone, but it's basically been a practice. I think that when they fall on Thursdays or that they're usually the day after. Because one thing is to look at the...
only happens so many years.
Right. It's one thing to look at what it's going to cost as far as being closed. It's another thing what it's going to cost in lost production, which is a tough thing to consider. So, or who's going to take a sick day, or who's going to take, So, all right. So we can bring this back up on the 9th. The complaint procedure. I thought we had discussed this.
My understanding is that was also a matter
still
that
one
had
more.
been discussed and resolved as to how to move
Our
forward in the
process
future.
Yeah, okay. All right.
In defense, I think that may have been a holdover from something else with regards to, with emails, if I'm correct.
I think that
Yeah, I think that's what it was. And so it's something that, it will come, but it's not at this meeting.
Okay.
So
You're
you'll let
right.
me...
Yeah, I will let you know when we're ready to move on that.
Okay, and then,
This cemetery issue, this was the,
is this the people who wanted us to
they
take over
want
the
this,
cemetery?
they want this town, or the prior treasurer for this particular cemetery association, I reported to the board at your last session, I think, had written to the town saying that their cemetery organization was short of members who were actually able to maintain or operate the cemetery. And we're looking to the board to see if you would take over the maintenance of the cemetery on behalf of the town. The woman that I spoke to, actually she called me yesterday wondering what the status of this was, had indicated that there was some significant funds that this association had that it appeared they wished to also transfer to the town to be used for the care and maintenance of the cemetery if the town were to take it over. So it was at that point where I think we left it, and I've received no further direction
Right.
from anyone.
One thing I didn't ask then, when they say take it over, would the town be selling the plots, taking the money, and so it'd be basically running the whole thing, not just maintaining it in the sense of...
That's my understanding, because
Okay.
this woman had indicated that there were a number of plots left that could be sold, that could generate other revenue in addition to the money that they had available to maintain the plot, which led me to believe, although I don't have anything in writing from them at all, that once the cemetery, if it were taken over by the town, it was the town's, and the town was going to be maintaining it and issuing plots and whatever else was going to be going on. So there's a consideration of whether, and I don't know this, I don't know whether the town has any other cemeteries
Well, that's what I was gonna ask
that
you,
are
yeah.
under the town's control. I know
Yeah.
you've got some private cemeteries like this,
I know we mow some, don't we?
because there is a, I didn't look at it specifically, if there is a general law provision that allows communities to set up a cemetery commission to oversee and operate cemeteries that are owned and operated by the town. And that might, if you're interested in considering this, that might be something that you might want to consider establishing a cemetery commission to do this. And, you know, I've got to
Why couldn't we put it under the grave officers?
I don't know if they may not want to do that. They may not want to do the actual record keeping, the transactions of selling the plots and things like that. So that almost sounds like,
ask him, huh?
yeah, but that almost sounds like, it sounds like a combination of things, because you're going to have maintenance, which will be a DPW. So if you have a commission, you're going to want to have people from maybe our neck of the woods and DPW, so you've got everything covered, you know.
Right.
And obviously, if you use a current employee to do this, it's going to take away, I don't know how much it will, it's probably not a lot of plots sold, and, you know, but it may take away from their daily.
Yeah, so I think that really the decision that the board has to make is whether or not you really want to entertain this request. It's something that the board really wants to get into. If you don't do it now, you may not want to get into it, or if you do, then to set up a procedure that makes it something that's going to work if you're going to take it over.
Is there any way we can find out how other towns, if they do this, how they manage the process? Do you
I'll
mind?
call around and see if
Okay.
how many have publicly owned or controlled cemeteries, and try to report to you at the next meeting.
All right, thanks. All right. We have well, before we get to, we have one more item that you don't have on your list, but we'll get to that in a minute. What's this proposal from the Spyglass Group?
This is a request or a proposal that was submitted to the Board of Selectmen through the Executive Secretary's office. Company offering to do an audit of your telecommunications systems to see whether or not they can save money. The problem that I think that we're wrestling with this proposal is that it's not a dollar amount that they're proposing that you pay them for this.
Percentage of savings?
It's percentage. 50% of I think, reduction in some costs, and then there are two other aspects that they do, and if they save you money, you pay them 12 times whatever they save you for that month, for a month's cost. So the real issue that we have is, depending on how badly the numbers may work out, you could be paying more than the 30B requirements that allow you to just contract without going out and getting quotes or going out and getting bids. And we don't really know what the numbers would be. They're just percentages. That's number one. And number two, you don't have an appropriation to pay the money to these people that they're saving. They're saving you money. They may save it to you in credits with your existing vendor, but you're still going to have to pay them the dollars, and you don't have that appropriation to pay them. So there are a couple of issues with doing anything currently, and it might be that if you're interested in something like this, to have procurement go out and look for some bids or some just quotes to see if you can do it for under the $35,000 that require it to go out to bid now. And if it is something that you're interested in doing, and picking from some other vendors. And this is an Ohio company, so I'm sure they're not familiar with the bid processes that are in existence in the Commonwealth.
So it doesn't sound like something we should consider pursuing.
It's not something that's ready for you to consider now, but if you're interested in looking at it to see whether it's something that you want looked at to see if there are savings, then that would be something that you could direct.
You have to make a contract with them, or can you drop them anytime? Or?
Yeah, you're gonna have to make a contract whatever you're going to do, but you need to go out to see if there are other companies that may be more local or may have a better track record or may do it for a lesser percentage. I mean, 12 times the savings in a month could be a good number. It's $1,000. That's $12,000, and there are a couple of different avenues that they save, plus 50% of something else that they save. So there's some. It could be nothing, and it could be thousands, it could be hundreds, so you really don't know.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a one-shot deal, because once they find our savings and identify it, then they've done their job, and there's no future income for them.
For at least,
sounds like.
At least for 4 or 5 years, anyway, to come back and review it periodically. So if it's something that the board is interested in, if you hand it to procurement to put it out to see if your company's interested to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Are there?
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I have some comments to make to follow up on what Council's saying. Council's right. If there's a dollar amount that appears that it's going to be over certain thresholds, we may have to do a procurement about this. And he's also right about the possibility an appropriation that might have to be made on the front end to get the savings that would be proposed. What I think may not have been as clear is this company is offering to conduct the audit and provide numbers so that the board could take a look at that. And at that point, the decision would be made to either hire them or have to go out to bid. That this is, what they're asking for is the authorization to act as the agent for the town, to go back and take a look at the telecommunications, the telephone specifically, lines that the town has had for probably a period of going back, I think it was 13 years or so. And because that's when we made a switch. So what they're looking for are things, to me seems unbelievable, but lines that may not be used, or discounts that we may have been eligible for during the course of the last 13 years or so that we wouldn't necessarily have known about, but his company, as he claims, specializes in knowing about. So this 50% payment would be, or the first component is that whatever savings from those look-backs that they find, they would they would receive half of those savings and we would receive the other half. The going forward portion is any savings that they would be able to find for any other promotions or any other lines going forward that would, again, as Council was talking about, affect the monthly bill. So, as I understand the proposal, the company is asking for authorization to conduct the audit. The results would come back in approximately 6 to 8 weeks, and it would be at that point that numbers would be provided. The town could consider the decision at that time as to whether or not it think it's worth it, and then either contract with them or conduct that bid process to go out for them.
Are you saying that they're basically saying they're going to do all of the work, tell us what the numbers would be, and then have us decide whether or not we want to use them to recover that?
Yes.
But they probably wouldn't tell us where the numbers come from.
They would provide what the numbers would be.
But what's to stop us from doing it ourselves?
Well, what discounts they found, what lines they found? No, I don't expect that they would provide that information.
Through the board?
Yeah.
But if they found, it just doesn't make sense to me, because if they found a savings and said, here, you're going to save $15,000, you'll save $15,000 if we provide those numbers. If we don't have anything with them that requires us to go to them, we could turn around and go out to some other company or companies and say, we think we'll save about $15,000 at a minimum. Give us a quote as to what you would charge to establish these for us.
Which would be the procurement process that would be done at that point.
So these people don't get anything, potentially.
That's correct.
All that work on the front end.
It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
that was the presentation.
Sounds too good to be true.
Is, through the board, is that just for phones itself?
Phones.
Why, well, doesn't our IT director look to see where we get the cheapest and?
Yes, and the last change that was made in carrier apparently was about 13 years ago. And yes, he has made and affected certain changes for going voice over internet and the like. But would your IT director or anybody on staff know about any particular discounts or whether or not, again, to me unbelievably, whether or not there are any lines that might potentially still be out there, which it was Ryan and I in that meeting, and we didn't, how could that be? But this is what this company is basing their pitch on.
Is it, through the chair, is it possible that you can just check and see if this is indeed what they're offering?
Sure.
Because there's no timeline on this, right?
There is no timeline on it other than the person covers New England and they intend to be back in this area. We have a tentative meeting scheduled, well, pending this meeting, the 26th.
26th?
November?
Of November.
Wow.
But what I'm saying is that's the next time he's going to be in this part of his territory, which is New England.
I don't think we should be rushed into anything.
It's not my intention to rush the board.
Oh, no, I'm just stating a feeling. Yeah.
What was Ryan's take on the whole thing?
I don't think it would have been, it wouldn't have been presented to the board if we didn't think that there was something to look at.
Okay. All right.
See, through the chair, if that's the pleasure of the board to have it looked at.
Yeah, see what their track record is.
Yeah, and see if there are other
And if they have
companies
references.
possibly that are doing a little bit.
So what is the board's direction?
You already have a meeting scheduled on the 26th?
Well, he understands that there was a board of selectmen. I was very upfront with him. There's an authorization in there that I told him, I said, I don't think that the board would allow for me to sign that. And so he knew that that question had to come to the board, and he knew that I would be discussing this proposition with the board. If I called them tomorrow and said it's on indefinite hold, then that's the answer I give them. I don't.
Well, I think what we'd probably like to do, and I'm just save you the trouble, is if you guys meet with him, ask for references. Ask, I don't know how long they've been in business, I don't know, but I think if we get some references from other municipalities who they've helped, we might be able to follow up on it and get an idea of how well they actually do their job.
Through the chair, would it not be wise to find out with another set of eyes, other than coming directly from the person who's offering the services, and
What do you
have it
mean?
looked at by our attorney?
We could do that.
I think that if he's going to be here on the 26th, there will be another time that he will be here in our area. And perhaps you can reschedule the meeting on the 26th. I don't think that locks us into and I'm going to use the word rush, for us to rush to get something done by the 26th for that meeting. I think we do diligence, have our attorney look at it, and then he'll be in the area again, and perhaps you can set up a meeting at that point on our next go around.
And at the very least, if you get to talk to him and you do postpone the meeting, tell him we are looking for, besides having our attorney look at it, we are looking for references from other customers.
That's a great idea.
All right, now we have one more personnel item that's been added that I think is executive.
Yes.
It has to do with it. I don't know if I can even say it.
I don't know if you can say that.
But anyways, I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session to discuss matters of union and non-union collective bargaining, and also personnel matters to discuss those in open session.
So moved.
Might affect the town's position on these matters.
So moved.
Is there a second?
There is a second.
Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, to return to open session. Let's just put it.
Return to open session.
Yeah, because we may not, we have to do something after that.
Right.
Is there, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Selectman Thorpe?
Yes.
Selectman Gorman?
Yes.
Selectman Federici, yes. All right. I'd like to make a motion to...
Wait for Don.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.